Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay, good morning. Thank you for being early today with us. And to all the colleagues and friends that are attending also from the web. This is also live broadcasting through YouTube. And we will start immediately. I will give the title of the panel. Excuse me. So it's European asylum policies and external borders management, political and legal implications. So immediately you can understand that when you talk about asylum policies and external border management, there is a small contradiction between the two when you want to implement asylum policies. But still, though, you need to have, or at least that it's placed, that you have to do border management, who is entering in general Europe. So immediately to our first speaker, Danai Papadopoulou, is a lawyer, and she's a European Union official serving for the last 8 years in the Secretariat of the Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs Committee of the European Parliament, where she has been dealing with asylum files. Danai holds a bachelor's degree in law from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, a master's from the College of Europe in Bruges. That's a nice city. And a PhD in environmental law from King's College London. And we are very happy to have her with us. And she's waiting also for her baby. Danai, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andreas. And thank you to the organizers and especially Yanis for the invitation here. Okay, so I hope I'll keep you awake as the first presentation of this morning. The title, as you see, is the implications of the new pact on migration and asylum on the politics of migration and asylum in Europe. It's a vast issue, but I will try to cover as much as I can in 20-25 minutes. I will start by, yes, a very short introduction. As I said, as also I was introduced, I am an administrator of the Secretariat of the Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs Committee, which is one of the biggest committees of the European Parliament, one of the busiest ones, and mainly has legislative work in areas such as internal security, criminal justice cooperation, but also asylum and migration, which is our interest today. It counts 68 members. I just put a photo there. Normally its sessions are all public. Web streamed. Well, during COVID times, there was less physical presence than you see in this screen, but work is going normally back step by step now. And as with national parliaments, the bulk of the work of the European Parliament is carried out in the parliamentary committees, namely LIBE leads the dance also as far as the pact is concerned, especially the legislative instruments, which I'm going to a bit focus on more. The chair is Juan Fernando López Aguilar, so it's a socialist Spanish member. The committee has members from all member states, which is quite exceptional, and across the 7 political groups, as well as non-attached members. So that's the committee I'm working for. And just to say that for as far as legislation is concerned at EU level, very broadly, I would say that the ordinary legislative procedure, or before known as co-decision, now applies on most asylum and migration files, basically, unless we're talking about exceptional measures. And this means that the committee adopts a mandate, so-called mandate, which is then to an extent passes through plenary, and then goes back to committee, which leads the negotiations with the other co-legislator, which is the Council of the European Union. So my role is to facilitate basically this work, notably the legislative work. I've been working on several asylum files so far. I think that's it for a short intro as to our work. So the EU competence in the field of asylum and migration, I will just make a very short intro. And of course, I cannot cover everything, but just to give you a little bit the background of where the pact came. against which background, let's say. So you probably have heard that the EU can only act if it has competence. So that means that every legislative instrument needs to have a legal basis. Therefore, that is found in the treaties. Normally in the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, we are talking about mainly 3 articles in the area we are talking about. So it's Article 77, 78, and 79. The competencies here are shared competencies. That means that member states can adopt legislation in an area so long as the EU has not exercised this competence. And obviously measures adopted once legislation is there cannot go against it. So on asylum, well, I put external borders there, Article 77 first. We are talking about visas. Border checks, including identification and fingerprinting, which is interesting here, especially in following irregular entry. We're talking about Eurodac normally, which is the fingerprint database, and the role of Frontex, which carries out relevant procedures. Then asylum, it's Article 78 of the treaty. It's the Treaty of Lisbon set as a binding objective for the European Union, the setting of the creation of a common European asylum system, so-called SEAS. The Dublin, I will quickly describe a little bit what are the basic legal instruments. Of course, the treaty refers to the Geneva Convention, 1951, and its 1967 protocol. So that's also the basis for EU asylum policy. And we're talking about the EU asylum acquis, which is now an array of legislative instruments covering several areas, which I will describe next. That includes, of course, the principle of non-refoulement, that nobody shall be sent to a country where they face torture or death. So just to say a little bit what the role of the EU is of the EU legislation basically is in the different steps of the asylum procedure. So we're talking about, well, I talked about irregular entry, which is another legal basis, but there are several interlinkages, obviously, between the different instruments in this case. And sometimes legal bases can be combined, of course. Eurodac, for instance, is based also on irregular entry and on asylum legal basis. So for asylum application, there is the registration, which also takes place in Eurodac. There is the Asylum Procedures Directive, which sets the procedure, basically, deadlines, things like that. Dublin Regulation, which I'm sure everybody has heard of, which basically was designed first when it started in 1990 as an intergovernmental convention. It started only with the aim of defining, basically trying to smoothen intergovernmental cooperation as far as where an asylum application should be examined. So which member states should be responsible for examining an application? That was the main aim. Solidarity back then was not really, or like fair burden sharing was not really an aim. After 1990, obviously, there have been several reforms of the Dublin regulation now. We are at Dublin 3 at this moment. So Dublin 3 applies since January 2014, and it has several criteria. I'm not gonna talk about Dublin here, it's just a very general overview. So it has several criteria, such as family unity as to defining which member state will be responsible for the examination of an application. It's family unity, possession of residence documents or visas, but most notably regular entry or stay, which although it is kind of defined in the regulation as a default criteria, in practice, it has been very, very much used. So currently, I will then go to the Reception Conditions Directive, which is basically the conditions under which asylum applicants should be received in a member state. So what kind of material allowances should be given, how they should be treated in general. Detention is also part of the Reception Conditions Directive, when and under what conditions detention can be applied for asylum seekers. And then the role of EASO, there is an old mandate of EASO that dates back to 2010 that has just been revised, and I will come back to this as well. So EASO is the European Asylum Support Office. So status, that's the first, that was my first point on asylum application. Then we're talking about status, whether Geneva Convention or subsidiary protection might apply. That's qualification regulation. Sorry, it's directive currently. And then we are talking about temporary protection. So there is an old directive of 2001 adopted still under the minimum standards approach of the treaty. And that was, again, to help member states in case their asylum systems might be under pressure in case of mass influx or risk thereof. It has never been used, and I will come back to this later. If an application is rejected, then we have other means. There can be return or avenues for a legal stay, and this is not part of asylum, obviously. I'm just mentioning them. And then I just wanted to make a point on irregular entry versus safe pathways. Especially when we had high numbers of irregular arrivals. So I'm not talking about last year, obviously under the COVID situation. There are estimates that around 90% of asylum applications in the EU were actually resulting from irregular arrivals. So that was an extreme number. That means that the proportion of safe pathways towards irregular entry in the EU is, a very big one. So when we're talking about safe pathways for asylum seekers in this case, we would talk about resettlement. And that in the EU at this stage doesn't have much to do. Basically, there's funding from the EU coming on resettlement, and there are basically national procedures. I will come back to that. Yes, okay. So on resettlement, there is basically not much as far as legislation is concerned at EU level at this stage. And I put there humanitarian admission, although that's not clearly asylum, because also my institution, the European Parliament in 2008, requested the Commission by what we call a known initiative legislative. So it's a parliament coming to the Commission and asking it to present a legislative initiative, and asked for a new legislation on a European humanitarian visa with the sole aim of allowing someone through a safe pathway to come to the European territory and claim asylum. And the Commission has not presented such a proposal since. I would say that this is a little bit the general landscape in the field of asylum, and I will just mention Article 79, but I will really not deal with it much here. Also because the pact does not focus so much on illegal or labor migration, or but although it does affect the return, especially the return acquis. So on legal labor migration, there is a kind of patchwork of different instruments concerning, for instance, researchers and high-level skilled third country nationals, but it's poorly implemented, as recent studies also of the European Parliament in a known initiative report have found. And such legislation is not widely used. I will now go to, well, for the return acquis, again, I will not comment on it, although the pact does affect a lot the return acquis, and there is also an ongoing reform of the return directive, which dates back to a previous proposal, not coming with the pact itself, but severely affected by the provisions of the pact. Okay, so next slide. Okay, EU asylum and migration policy in the eve of the pact. So I'll go a little bit more directly into what happened just before the pact, and notably after the 2015 so-called refugee crisis. because it's interesting to see what kind of ideas have been a little bit tested, what was the background, and where the pact came, because it didn't come basically in a void, it came in a certain context. Sorry, I have to go back because I think I forgot to mention the implementation. Okay, it's here, perfect. So the first thing I would like to mention is that, well, you've all heard that in 2015, of course, there were mass arrivals. We are talking about more than 1 million in 2015, then going back steadily up to 2018. And as far as I understand, for this year, we're talking about 50,000 irregular entries from all routes combined. Of course, there were variations, different routes. We're talking about Western, Central, Eastern, especially during the refugee crisis in 2015. It was the Eastern route that basically through Greece that went really high up. What I could, and the parliament also has been a little bit disappointed about how this whole crisis, and we are actually 6 years after that, has been addressed, is that what has been put forward and applied directly were rather ad hoc or intergovernmental solutions with some kind of exceptional or emergency nature. You've probably also heard about the relocation decisions. So there were 2 decisions in 2015, aiming to relocate 160,000 people from Greece and Italy. Already, that's not really an intergovernmental decision, but because it applied on the basis of Article 78.3 of the treaty, which is an emergency legal basis. The parliament, though, is only consulted. And as the facts were, it was consulted basically on a very, let's say, aesthetic way. Further, the relocation decisions were poorly implemented. They were sown with judicial controversy, actions against from both sides, Commission and member states who disagreed before the Court of Justice. And we ended up with 30,000 being relocated, which was a low number, and could not be extended, which the parliament at some point considered. But because of the case law of the Court of Justice of Luxembourg, it was impossible. Then came also, of course, the EU Turkey statement, which I'm sure you've all heard of. Border closures with the introduction of border controls, so the Schengen area in real crisis, which also led the parliament to set up a scrutiny group, a Schengen scrutiny group, in order to try to push for less of this national approach. And then I mentioned Malta Declaration, Messina Model, SOPs for disembarkation. They have all slashed because they just changed names, but they were the procedures that were applied basically once a search and rescue operation was carried out. Basically, we're talking about the Central Mediterranean. And you've all heard, of course, against in the press, what issues have been raised by this ad hoc approach and where a boat might be disembarked and like how this is going to be organized, etc. Further, in order to deal with crisis, operational assistance by the agencies has been stepped up. So EASO itself accepts that it is on the limits of its mandate, what it's doing in order to help, for instance, treat asylum applications. Frontex was a bit more lucky, as I say here, because twice we have actually revised the mandate of Frontex from 2016 and 2019. Again, this is legislation, but it passed in a very, very, very rapid way. Like we did legislation in kind of 3 months. It's never been heard of. In any case, Frontex has now a strengthened mandate. Another important issue was, of course, EU funding. Again, often emergency funding on which the European Parliament in many cases just gave a stamp. So that all has an impact on interinstitutional relations, on the role of the Parliament as co-legislator, because the main functions of the Parliament is not to write letters or set up scrutiny groups or put stamps on legislation, but to negotiate. And this has not been really possible. And I come back now to the legislative reform, because there was an ongoing legislative reform, 2016. The Commission came with 7 legislative proposals, 7, no less than that, in order to reform more or less everything that I just mentioned in the previous slide. However, although, I mean, the Commission tried to, put legislation on the table. Basically, the aim was to discourage secondary movements because we have seen these secondary movements a lot during 2015 and 2016, part of 2016 until the EU-Turkey statement basically came and the border closures came. And considered that as a serious problem to be addressed. Further, it was obvious that Dublin could not actually address situations where there was a crisis or mass influx, and that more of a burden sharing, of a more organized, ordinary burden sharing should be part of EU legislation, and that Dublin could not address that. So it also proposed a crisis relocation mechanism in this new Dublin proposal of 2016, where once the share of a member state in asylum applications exceeds the 150% threshold based on a calculation, including others on the basis of the GDP. Once that threshold is exceeded, then the crisis relocation mechanism would be triggered. Let's say that the Council has had serious difficulties to decide, basically. It has not arrived to have a mandate. So that goes finally to that. It has been now 5 years, and of course now Dublin is dead because of the pact. But until the pact was presented in September 2020, so more or less 4 years, the Council was unable to adopt a mandate. That was, of course, as you might also have heard, the blocking of Dublin was due to different, of course, national interests. We have the southern member states, of course, including Greece, which insisted on more solidarity, basically mandatory solidarity, mechanisms that are predictable for disembarkation and relocation. And other member states, notably the Eastern Bloc, but also, countries like Austria, or even some Balkan countries like Bulgaria now or Croatia, are more closely linked to that bloc, which does not want to hear about fair sharing, only wants to hear about border controls, and basically wants to talk about responsibility as against the solidarity element of the asylum policy. So that was a little bit the blocking. Of course, northern member states were more open, of course, to relocation, but more orderly, obviously, and not to see again the kind of movements that were unpredictable and did not allow their asylum systems also to function properly. So that blockage, which was basically linked to Dublin, but also concerned APR, on which the asylum procedures regulation proposal of the Commission, which was also presented as part of this SEAS reform. Well, that was also the second file. I put Dublin APR, on which the Council was unable to have a mandate. And that was also linked, basically, an important issue on this was the mandatory or not nature of the border procedures. So again, how much burden will fall on the frontline member states. Of course, you can imagine which states were against and which for that. So blocking in the Council on this too meant also that other files could not progress, although we did manage to negotiate 5 of them, and none of them has been adopted so far until recently, where the EASO mandate was finally updated. Because the Council, and especially the southern member states, saw this as a package. So they didn't want to give away their negotiating power by ceding on certain files while Dublin was still unsatisfactorily negotiated in the Council in their own view. It is also interesting to note here that the Council should decide by qualified majority according to the treaties on these issues. And because of the very great sensitivity of the migration and asylum policies, all presidencies, consecutive presidencies, insisted on getting a kind of unanimity in the Council, which, as I said, given the divisions and the national interests, became basically impossible. Just to say a couple of words on what the Parliament said on Dublin, especially. So, my institution. The parliament tried always, you will see in this kind of configuration, that it has a more, let's say, federalist approach, an approach closer to the southern member states, more for solidarity, more for European solutions. On the 2016 Dublin proposal, it took a very, let's say, I would say courageous position to say that we should look at genuine links between the asylum seeker and member states. So that should be, the criteria should be first a genuine link. So look at the real situation of an asylum seeker. And in case there is no genuine link, there is also a possibility to choose out of 4 countries, basically. So still, there was some possibility for the asylum seeker to have an ownership of the asylum choice, of the choice of where he or she would go. And in the sense that that would also limit secondary movements in a different way. And of course, the parliament considered that this allocation mechanism should apply from number 1, not in case of crisis, but for all distribution of asylum seekers in the union. So it was really a very advanced approach compared to what especially the council was discussing, how much crisis should there be in order to have distribution systems. So a little bit, that was very, very summary, the EP, the parliament's approach. And now I will not deal so much with the other files, just generally to say that the parliament wanted to stick to a more encouraging approach towards asylum seekers, so give more carrots than sticks compared to the Commission proposal. So that I leave it there. On the implementation of the asylum acquis, which is my last point, but it's also very important. Since we're not seeing new legislation, we're wondering what's happening with the current one. And in fact, the SEAS reform proposals have acted a little bit as a handbrake on implementation for the Commission. We have seen that evaluation reports that the Commission was supposed to carry out according to current legislation have not been carried out. And when the Parliament asked why, it was more or less said by the Commission that we don't want to touch national sensitivities now that we have new proposals on the table. So as the situation in the Council is very, very shaky, we don't want to come with an implementation report pointing the finger to certain member states for different inefficiencies of the asylum acquis. And but we have seen in certain cases which were extreme, like Hungary, we have seen infringement procedures, of course. And I mean, it has been obvious, like in cases of southern member states, which were especially not keen to be scrutinized in this kind of sense. I mean, the systemic deficiencies issue in Greece, which basically put a halt to Dublin transfers, is clearly an issue of not good, at least, implementation of reception conditions directive, to say the least. At the same time, the European Parliament is not the implementation actor. The implementation actor is the Commission. So what can mostly do basically is to call Commission to do its own work. But this is as far as it can go. And the other issue that is now also ongoing, we just had a report, a first report on this, is the scrutiny of Frontex and the role of Frontex in allegations. Now we consider they're not just allegations, but proven facts of certain acts of pushbacks, illegal pushbacks in certain member states, including, as we see, Greece. The pact is a political signal. Now I come to the pact. How much time? 5, okay. So the pact came with a delay. We were scheduling like 3 or 4 times that Commissioner and Johansson and Vice President Skinas comes, and then we're like, oh no, it's not for today. So it came with several months delay, which also gave a signal that, you know, there were intense consultations and difficulties. As it says also in the working document that is accompanying the pact, the Parliament insisted a lot also on the respect of fundamental rights. I will just mention that because it's also mentioned in the document. For member states, we know a little bit what were the issues also from before. So we are talking about fair sharing of responsibilities, so solidarity issues, the issues of control of external borders and management of external borders. returns, but also the external dimension, which I will not talk about here. I know that there are other speakers who will do. The pact, so what is the pact? The pact is basically the 5 legislative proposals, which I will try very briefly to discuss. So the AMMR, the Asylum Migration Management Regulation, is replacing Dublin, which is a very, very, of course, key document. And the Commission basically keeps to some extent the Dublin architecture, which, you know, we might consider as a good or bad idea. And it tries to basically, in Dublin, but also with the other instruments, to introduce elements of responsibility. The first entry criterion that was so much contested still remains, but there are also some others, especially also for there is also one linked to prior education that was part of the Parliament's proposal back in 2016 around the Parliament's mandate. But in general, we don't see a recognition of asylum seekers' preferences as the Parliament had proposed in its own mandate. And we see a lot of obligations again to southern member states. So obligation to screen with a screen regulation. We also see obligations to carry out certain asylum, decide on what asylum procedure, carry out certain asylum procedures. So there is quite a lot there. On the other hand, there is an enlarged definition of family unity, to a family to include siblings. And there is cessation of responsibility in case of no transfer. The issue of how long responsibility will last for a member state was a key issue also in the previous Dublin reform. Southern member states obviously did not want to see the responsibility forever. And the opposite was for the opposite camp. Here there is a little bit, the cessation is a sign towards those who didn't want to have this permanent responsibility. Solidarity is activated, which is, of course, the other mirror side of the responsibility, is a solidarity element. And it's activated in case of migratory pressure or crisis, or in case of disembarkation. So disembarkation operations become a little bit visible, more visible in EU law, basically. And at the other hand, we have a basket of solidarity contributions. So it's not just relocation or such a mechanism, not even a mandatory one, but there are different elements which a member state can contribute as a sign of solidarity. So there are possibilities. I mentioned them here quickly. So as I'm late, I'm not gonna go through them, but there is also a complex mechanism as to when, how solidarity is launched. And that includes a lot of Commission margin of appreciation, which again, we might see some issues with that. So I will not mention external policies. Again, it was an important part of the pact, and I will just mention that in the recommendations, also I will go further up, with just 4 soft law instruments, we see notably the recommendation on legal pathways, which again, the Parliament was a little bit disappointed about because it expected the pact also to cover legal pathways to some extent, which it didn't. We hear that there might be legislative proposals soon on legal labor migration that are coming, but nothing for now. And there's a recommendation on cooperation among member states concerning SAR operations. So the 2 last ones, the recommendation on SAR and the guidance on the implementation of the facilitation directive, are again a mirroring image, because the first one concerns basically the criminalization of humanitarian activity, notably in the Mediterranean, and how member states treat SAR vessels, because we are talking basically about private vessels. There's no EU or state-led operation at this stage or since several years in the Mediterranean. So how we treat private vessels. So it says basically that member states should and can carry out administrative controls on these kind of vessels, which we have seen sometimes being used excessively in order to stop the activity of such vessels and in the Mediterranean. And as to the second one, the guidance on the implementation of the facilitation directive, it's actually saying that member states should not criminalize activity which facilitates entry basically to the EU territory because there is a kind of leeway left by the EU legislation, the Facilitation Directive, in that it says that member states may decide not to impose sanctions, but it doesn't say that they should not impose sanctions in case the humanitarian aim is prevailing in the activity of facilitating entry. And the European Parliament had asked for legislative revision in this area, so revise the Facilitation Directive to make it clearer, but the Commission has steadily refused. Sorry, I'll take it. Yes. So, some selected reactions to the pact. I would say generally that I cannot comment on everyone's reaction, of course. There has been a lot of academic comments on this. But let's say that southern member states have welcomed with some caution. There was a letter, a position paper straight after the pact saying, well, we welcome that there is a pact. But we are concerned about the fact that responsibility rules are clear and solidarity is a little bit more vague and left a little bit to discretion. So this was a little bit the fear, as we see it, of the southern member states, that again, too much focus on responsibility and solidarity remains a basket, a process where we don't know exactly when it will be launched, etc. And they also insisted on the legal and safe pathways because they consider also that once we don't have the safe pathways, we actually leave irregular entries to be the driver of asylum applications in the EU. So I would say from the political parties, main political groups in the European Parliament, EPP was, so the European People's Party, I guess you understand, EPP, was the most, let's say, happy with the proposals. S&D was against, again, in the line of the southern member states saying, we are missing solidarity, we're missing a permanent and mandatory mechanism, and this is not enough. But welcomed, of course, the fact that there is a pact, because as I said, institutionally, the European Parliament has not been carrying out its role as a co-legislator because of the whole stalling of the CEF package. And I would say finally that there is an impact assessment study. I will not comment on it. It's on the documents that are uploaded on the side of Summer Camp, where you will see, because the Parliament considered that the fact basis of the Commission proposals are not clear, and as they are not accompanied by an impact assessment as they should, it carried out actually its own impact assessment, which found some interesting findings, and it's kind of critical, quite critical to the fact basis of the Commission proposals. State of play, we're trying now to adopt in the LIBE committee a mandate. The aim is until the end of the year. I can only say that the European Parliament will have a mandate because there are procedures and they will culminate to something. We will vote. I don't know what to say about the Council. We know that there have been a couple of presidencies now since the pact was presented. German presidency especially tried to present a package, kind of main guidelines, but it didn't pass. So let's see. I will give you just a hint about the possible timeline for adoption. Don't quote me on this. But, sorry, I'm not even in the right slide. Yes, okay, no, past that, sorry. Possible timeline. Yes, so just a hint, we are talking about the EU Asylum Agency regulation. You might have heard that we finally arrived to an agreement. This was an old CEF package instrument that was stalled as everything else. And finally, the Portuguese presidency in June, after the green light given by the southern member states, managed to close with the Parliament the file. The important issue which concerns also the timeline here is that we put a deadline by which the monitoring mechanism does not apply. It will start applying only as of 31st December 2023. That means that we all have some ideas about 2023, and 2023 could be a deadline by which maybe some parts of the current pact could be adopted. But if it doesn't happen in any case, it will be further, the monitoring, the legal consequences of the monitoring mechanism that would be carried out by the future asylum agency will be postponed. And that is more or less it. I'll leave you with some statements, I'm sorry, that we saw after the Afghan crisis, which doesn't look like the 2015, but when you read a little bit the statements, and you see what's going on, you kind of think, oh, it looks like Council is adopting that same kind of very tight approach. Parliament is asking for solidarity and interinstitutional cooperation, and the Commission is making proposals that are a little bit, trying to give some movement to the whole issue with some funding, which is Ursula von der Leyen resettlement, basically, funding for resettlement, or Mr. Borrell, who mentions the Temporary Protection Directive. That is, however, an instrument that has never been activated so far, and where the Commission itself has never proposed that it is activated itself. So we see a little bit of embarrassment there. And let's see what's next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Danae. I think Danae that could talk about this issue for a couple of hours, and it's such a wide, yes, it's such a wide issue. I mean, I think you pointed out many of the ambivalences that we see in the European Union policies. That we have the Parliament that has different decisions, or there are different points of view concerning with the European Union Council, and of course with the nation states policy. So I will open the floor for questions. I think we will have more than enough, and we will start. Yes, just a second to give you the microphone.
Thank you very much for an extremely interesting presentation. Could you kindly tell us a bit more about the practical implications of this 2001 emergency directive? Because since it has never been applied, but Borrell is proposing it, so it's not just the last person in line. So I would ask you to tell us a bit more about what this would imply in practical terms.
Okay, as I said, this is a temporary protection directive, and it's launched through a procedure where the Council itself can decide to start discussing this, adopting the temporary protection measures, or the Commission can come with a proposal. In fact, it's not about granting asylum, but it's another status which actually allows for entry into the territory and temporarily giving people legal stay. And then it is up to the member state, of course, to process the asylum applications. The idea is that the asylum systems of the member states do not find themselves submerged, and that people have no rights, basically, because they are in a kind of limbo state. And because as we have seen, for instance, under the asylum procedure regulation, the directive currently, it is the obligation of the member state since the moment the application is made. So someone cries, I want to ask for asylum. There is 3 days limit in order to register that application. That can be a little bit extended. Then there was that can be extended up to 10 days. We have seen longer extensions actually from member states, and now in the pact actually there is a more leeway for delays in the registration of the application. It's a problem that during that limbo, for instance, reception conditions directive does not apply. That's an issue, because like, what are the rights of those people? And the asylum acquis is there in order to protect also their material existence, obviously, their mental health, etc. So this is a little bit the aim of the Temporary Protection Directive, to try to give some status to those people so far as the asylum system cannot cope, and in order to give time to the member states to do that. I hope I have answered the question.
If I may, a small question on the same topic, or a comment maybe. Isn't it true that this directive for emergency cases could and help member states to avoid the implementation of asylum procedures and reception procedures, as you said, meaning they have no obligation to connect this temporary status with asylum status. So one could say that we provided a temporary protection status, so we stop the procedures there and we keep them in limbo, as you said.
Well, unfortunately, this is a hypothetical question because this directive has not been applied so far. The fact that it has not been even launched, that means that member states are afraid of what kind of obligations it might create after all for them, for people who would be present on their territory. So yes, I mean, theoretically, your question could be, your position could be right. But again, I mean, we have not seen a crisis mechanism being launched in that case. And crisis and force majeure regulation now, the new Commission proposal will repeal in any case that directive. It will stop existing.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I think we have also a raised hand from the chat. So we will give the opportunity to an online attendee to address his question.
Hi, my question is, do you overall consider the new pact to be an integrative step, even a small one, in terms of especially responsibility or burden sharing?
Thank you, Dimitri.
As I said, I express my personal views, and especially because the Parliament does not have yet a position on all this. But I would say that the responsibility elements are strongly there, but the Commission, of course, tried to make a delicate balance, let's say, between burden sharing and the responsibility. I think that of course, we will see a lot in the next months because there will be a legislative process, and we will see how much detail there will be put in all of this. Because I think there are, for instance, strict deadlines, or there are different criteria, or there is like for a Dublin. Or, I mean, it will depend on how much detail there is in all this, and how exactly solidarity. I mean, it will also depend on implementation after all. How exactly solidarity will be launched, how the Commission will assess the different elements, etc. I think that more detail into solidarity, into the solidarity pillar, would probably be only reinforcing it, of course. But I mean, and responsibility elements, we see them quite clearly. I mean, I don't know how much more I can say on what kind of balance this is aiming to achieve, but of course we see both there, and it remains also to be seen how much there will be put as to what meat there will be, especially for the burden sharing part from both institutions, actually.
I think this is the issue that European Union tries always to have a balance, and you can have theory in theoretical approach solidarity, but in practice, you have many problems on that. And I guess that this will be also a discussion point over the next months, that we will see probably an Afghani current in our borders. What will you do if you're going to have 20 or 30,000 people trying to cross the borders? And we know which are the first country of entrance in the European Union. So any last questions, please? Otherwise, we will continue with our second speaker. Okay, Danai, thank you very much. It was very illuminating. And all the best. So we will continue with our second speaker, Ms. Neda Noralekia, who is actually now the head of the migration policy in Europe for the Henley Heinrich Böll Stiftung Foundation, which is a think tank for the Green Political Party in Germany. So Neda has a bachelor degree and a Master of Arts in International Relations and Development Policy. And between 2015 and 2020, she worked as a researcher and the head of the office for the spokesperson for migration policy of the Green Political Group in the German Bundestag. Prior, she served as the advisor for the GIZ with a focus on peace and conflict resolution and good governance, inter alia, in a regional program in the Middle East, another hot spot of the universe, between 2015 and 2011 and 2015. So Neda, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And also I really want to express my thanks to Yanis and everyone who organized this summer school. I'm really happy to be able to speak here, obviously as a non-academic. And I also really look forward to your questions and to the discussion. This is also a great chance for me to get to know the current debate here a bit better. So I was asked to talk about the concept of solidarity in asylum policies. And I think Danai perfectly pointed out some relevant aspects here. So I think I'm really grateful for your start this morning. Actually, I can relate to many points. I tried to look at the whole idea of solidarity and asylum from the different levels. So I will very briefly take a look with you to the global level, just really very briefly, then focus on the EU, European level, and finally have a more positive look, hopefully more hopeful look at the local and civil society level. So on a global level, this year we celebrate 70 years of the Geneva Convention, the Refugee Convention from 1951. Then I already mentioned it as the basis and solid foundation for refugee protection until today. I put a question mark behind reason to celebrate or not, because obviously we also see one of the main pillars of the convention, and I'm not a legal expert here, so it's always a bit of a tricky field for me to talk about these international legal frameworks, but obviously one of the main cores, which is the non-refoulement, is being under severe pressure nowadays, to say the least. Again, at the global level, we've seen an increase in numbers for years now when we ask ourselves how many people were displaced, had to leave. We had 82.4 million in 2020. I always find it interesting to have a brief look at these facts and figures before focusing on the debate and policies in the EU, because I always find it quite useful to have an idea or to remind ourselves of what is the global situation, how does the overall situation worldwide look like. Also, 48 million people are internally displaced, meaning they never cross the border of their own nation, they stay within their own state. It's something that we are witnessing with Syrians, for instance, who make one of the most world's largest population of refugees. Many of them were several times displaced over the last almost decade of civil war, and many of them still stay within the Syrian borders. So I think this is quite important to think of, and also to remind ourselves of the fact that the vast majority, 86% in 2020 again, of this world's refugee and displaced population stays in development countries. It's not Europe, it's not the US or Canada, but it's really development countries, which is due to the fact that, again, the vast majority only make it to neighboring countries. So when we have a majority of refugees from developing countries on the Europe, African continent and in the Middle East, as you rightly pointed out, then obviously they stay in the development countries when it's just the neighboring countries. When we talk about, or when we think about solidarity on a global level, I think it's always important to look at the recent attempts by international community to look at or to govern and manage the questions around migration and forced migration. Ever since I think 2016 was the first UN discussion on this topics. We had it on the UN agenda in New York for the first time in 2016, which was quite an achievement. And then ever since there were discussions and they finally led to the Global Compact for migration and for refugees, to both compacts actually in 2018. And I don't want to go there because I know there is a huge discussion around whether these compacts are, I think paper tigers only, or whether there is, since they are not legally binding. But still, I would say, this is a personal perspective, that we at least managed to, it's a progress, it's a step towards acknowledging internationally certain needs, and at least a need for a solidarity system and a responsibility sharing. I must say I prefer the word responsibility sharing rather than burden sharing. Obviously, this is a political question again, but I think it helps. Sometimes language might help to reshift our positions or to open up discussions rather than having limited perspectives on these questions. So this is more or less, very briefly, just a highlight on the global level. Again, I'm thankful for the previous input on the EU level, and I want to just give you a little bit of an overview from my rather personal point of view, because I started working in German Parliament on this issue in 2015. So everything that Danai was just showcasing and explaining, I kind of accompanied from a German legislative perspective, which obviously is not the one dealing with EU legislation for sure, but well, all these proposals and discussions were very much in the center of German internal discussions. And I was accompanying a member of parliament who was in the Interior Committee. So all these legislations were discussed in this committee. And when we think about the so-called crisis, and you said so-called crisis as well, because there's also, again, we could talk a lot about, was it a crisis due to a massive influx of refugees? Was it maybe a management crisis? I would say it was also due to the unpreparedness and lack of anticipation of member states and policymakers, because the refugees have been there for many years. They had just not crossed borders into the European Union. And Wolfgang Schäuble, now president of the parliament in Germany back then, and I'm not fond of quoting him, but he said, we are having our little rendezvous with globalization back then, which I found quite impressive, I must say, as a perspective, because it very well showed how far away certain conflicts and global issues had been until then from the German Main Street debate. And all of a sudden we had the rise in numbers of refugees and asylum seekers, and everyone starts to talk about the war in Syria, etc., all these issues. So I found it quite revealing that we say, oh, we have a rendezvous with globalization. Anyways, what we have ever since is the struggle to reform our common European asylum system. And thankfully, I don't have to go any further here, I think. And I couldn't have done it anyways as profound and well as it has been done. But I also here wanted to point out the attempt to share solidarity or to share responsibility, because what happened obviously in 2015, again, this is a repetition, was that we saw the front states, the member states at the external EU borders being under massive pressure, and Dublin de facto being overruled and being dysfunctional in terms of how to share the responsibility for the more than 1 million people who were seeking protection in the European Union. So the relocation scheme for us at that time in Germany, from an opposition Green Party perspective, was something that we very much welcomed, because we thought, okay, this is something that it's obligatory. The council has been deciding it. It's something that obviously paves the way for more solidarity within the European Union. Because for us at that time, and I think this is still the case when we look at the overall CS reform debates, solidarity works into two directions. It's about solidarity with the people who are seeking protection, and it's a matter of solidarity within the European Union, whether we show solidarity with the states that are affected due to their geographical position. I mean, this is nothing that one could easily change, or this is something that we really have to have in mind, I think. And even, I will mention the local level later, I think it's even a matter of solidarity within a state, because again, in Greece, we see how, obviously I don't have to say that here, how Aegean Islands are affected differently than cities in mainland Greece might be. And we have that basically all over Europe, even internally. So we really have to think about with whom do we have to show solidarity, or how we really have to fairly share and separate or divide tasks and burdens. Well, we learned why there hasn't been much progress in terms of reform, in terms of legislative reform. However, it was mentioned, I didn't know it, this particularly, that the Frontex legislative had been decided upon in such a fast time, for instance. I didn't know it was just 3 months, but this was always one thing that was puzzling to us. How can we not agree on anything except for, and I'm exaggerating here, but border control. And the numbers have to go down. This is basically the outcome that could have been, that everyone could agree on. And in fact, we did manage to bring the numbers down. Again, we heard 50,000 last year, and even apart from the pandemic, we saw a steady decrease of numbers ever since 2015. Which makes it even more impressive that the debate still refers to 2015. And now with the Afghanistan crisis, it seems that this is what we are most afraid of, but never mind, this is just a side note. But the numbers decreased, and I would argue due to the EU-Turkey statement, for sure, and due to the so-called Balkan route being closed, meaning that several borders along this route were shut down, which I would argue led to this situation on the Aegean Islands. And I find it impressive how the debate in Germany only is about Lesbos Island, while we see similar situations, and you know that, I'm sure, on other islands as well. And so this overall approach of creating this one by one mechanism of the EU-Turkey statement, having the borders closed, and really creating these EU hotspots on the Aegean Islands that initially were also supposed to show solidarity, I guess, with the most affected countries and regions where these hotspots were relocated. I remember the initial debate again in 2015, where we welcomed the idea that there's going to be EU staff, Frontex, EASO supporting those islands. But I guess we all know by now that this has not worked out as it should have. So, and also border protection is a difficult one. I mean, because we know that it, in fact, we have proof now how it was implemented in a non-legal way by pushbacks that are obviously against EU law, international law, etc. So I want to end on a rather positive. I'm being really brief here because I really look forward to the discussion with you. I want to end on a more positive note, which is I would argue that once we've seen this crisis of solidarity, and I think it was a real crisis that we faced ever since 2015, and anyways, in still the absence of a global solidarity functioning mechanism, I think we've seen a real a strengthening and a real grow in civil solidarity. And I can give some numbers for Germany. I cannot give numbers throughout the European Union, but there was a time when in Germany, 2 out of 10 people were somehow engaged in welcoming refugees, which is impressive. We have like more than 80 million people in Germany. So imagine how many people. And I really remember that time very vividly when like old pensioned teachers, 80-year-old former teacher lady would call me and ask me how she can give German classes to the newcomers. There was this real spirit of solidarity. Unfortunately, this has changed, and also the situation was a very specific one. But I think what still is remaining is a sense of responsibility by civil society, or a strengthening of civil society. And another impressive example, we talked about it earlier, is search and rescue on the Mediterranean. Like we had an end when Mare Nostrum ended, which was the Italian search and rescue mission, and the EU member states did not want to finance it. The Italians didn't want to finance it anymore. So we had ever since no proper, even though Frontex was carrying out search and rescue missions, there was no search and rescue mission per se, which was, not a single ship ever since 2016 that was meant to save lives only, which I find quite puzzling. And ever since we've seen the emerging of organizations all over the European Union, initiatives trying to save lives, trying to prevent drowning and dying of people on the Mediterranean, even under growing pressure. And this is another argument I would like to highlight. I think we are not only seeing this civil society engagement, but we are also seeing a grow in pressure towards this civil society. And search and rescue is definitely one example. So we have the Juventa crew, for instance, that was being sued by the Italian government. But we have many legal cases against people who were trying to save lives on the Mediterranean. And we see more and more legislation in different EU member states against NGOs that not only in the field of search and rescue, but also when it comes to, also in Germany, when it comes to asylum process advisors, legal advisors to these asylum processes. We see many hindering legislation, new laws that kind of make their work more difficult. Another solidarity aspect, which I think is quite relevant and we should have a look at when we talk about asylum and refugee protection, is the role of cities and the role of the local level. And like recently when the situation in Afghanistan deteriorated, we had the Eurocities stating, the mayor of London, Ada Colau from Barcelona, we had Katja Dörner from Bonn, cities all over the European Union saying, we have space, we can support, refugees are welcome here. So this is a movement that we've been seeing for the last years. And again, it's a positive development in terms of solidarity, I think, but it also has the issue of, or we also have the issue of capacity on the one hand, and even legal capacity in terms of cities are not allowed to decide to take in refugees. So there has been a lot of discussion in Germany, for instance, on how to change regulations here. But so far, external border, I mean, it's states and external borders, and there's no local level freedom to take these kind of decisions. But I think still there is a lot of bottom-up pressure coming from this solidarity, and eventually it might lead to more solidarity on a national level. I should have ended here because it's maybe a more positive note, but I still I can't spare you a couple of challenges that I think are general challenges when we talk about solidarity within the European Union. I mentioned the fact that there is pressure on refugees and asylum seekers from basically the moment they are displaced, on the route to wherever they flee, in transit countries, but also in the host countries where they eventually stay. We've talked a lot about the struggle to reform our common European asylum system. I put it a bit provocative here. So far we can only see agreements due to the, as we've heard earlier, due to the different interests and the Visegrad states on the one hand, the southern states on the other. The only thing we could agree on so far was basically border control and the fact that the numbers have to go down. I think what's also important when we look at solidarity is the pandemic. We should not underestimate the role of the pandemic, because it brought great financial pressure on EU member states. It certainly brought individual financial, psychological, health-wise, in any way pressure on people that might lack the basic capability to show solidarity with others, because obviously everyone is going through, or many people are going through a hard time themselves. And I think it in general, the pandemic further supported this this shutdown or this closure mentality we've seen. Right, especially in the beginning in spring, early 2020, we saw how member states were unable to, again, Schengen under pressure, how member states were unable to define common reactions, and basically every member state was just shutting down her own borders, so to say. And well, what for sure in Germany, but not only, I think in many member states, we've seen a rise of right-wing parties and those who definitely are not in favor of solidarity. And I think this is also a result of the situation in 2015. I think it's not fair to say that a rise of numbers of refugees led to more right-wing parties or right-wing party success, but clearly the lack of well management, or the lack of a proper reaction to the situation, I would say. And obviously this is also making it more difficult. I mean, in a situation of where mainstream media has shifted towards a right-wing approach, for instance, it's much more difficult to have an open debate on solidarity mechanisms, obviously. The whole phenomenon of hate speech. I could talk a lot about hate speech. I'm working in German parliament for 5 years, I must say. It definitely changed the political debate in Germany. We have not seen this before. We definitely reached a very negative state when it comes to how we discuss things. And also now, you might know, we have German national elections in a month or so from now, even less than a month. And we see many more attacks on politicians. We see the campaigns, like posters being destroyed in a different way than it was ever before. So this is obviously a challenge, I would say, to those who try to discuss solidarity and to improve solidarity. But nevertheless, I think it's still an important issue and I'm still positive. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neda, and for keeping also the time constraints. Please, go ahead, make your questions. Yes, Rafael, just a second.
I would like to ask you some more information about the bottom-up movement from the cities in Germany. And let's say if they use as an argument the dispersal mechanisms that Germany applies, that in practice it can force an asylum seeker, it can restrict his residence and labor rights in an area. This could be maybe the key to bring solidarity at the local level. Let's say that because I think the argument from the national level is mostly that anyway, after maybe a small municipality that is willing to welcome refugees will not restrict this person also to stay in its territory, but just maybe in a secondary movement, they can move to the city that already maybe the national level wants to avoid this. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I would like to share with you a comment that I received from a taxi driver in Florence, and I was kind of shocked by what he was telling me, because he said, I certainly don't want people to drown in the sea, so I don't want people to die. But the problem is that these vessels are financed by Soros. So I would like to comment on the issue of how this combines. I mean, the financing issue of civil society's initiatives and the anti-Semitic note that is behind this comment. I was sort of, but I would like to have your comment.
Una faccia narrata also for in the taxi drivers, I think, between Greece and Italy.
Thank you very much. About the cities and the secondary movement, this is indeed one of the main debates. But I mean, one thing, I think it's tricky to endanger certain civic rights in order to make this function. So the whole issue of limiting the right to movement of refugees, or I mean accepted refugees, it's difficult. It's just, I think we would go a step back if we approach this way. But of course, this argument is a valid one in the discussion. I think when it comes to Germany, at least the cities that are offering, let's say we are a safe haven, we are offering, we have, wir haben Platz, we have space, so to say. are also cities that are offering something. Most of them say, look, we have housing opportunities. We can put people into Ausbildung, which is a vocational training, exactly, and it's very common in Germany. It's a very common system. So these kind of things are, of course, you cannot hinder people from then moving elsewhere, but the idea is really to offer also something. And most of the cities are even so it's not just a one-way street. It's not just a kind of help, but it's also something that most of the cities want because they have a certain need. Some of the cities do have a lack of certain labor due to the age. How do we say the age gap, or there's a term for this I'm lacking right now. But so in many German cities, especially on the countryside, we don't have enough young people, etc. I mean, there are concepts behind this, and I think if one would make this work or want to make this work, if you're interested in this, unfortunately, it's only in German. Our headquarters have published I think, really interesting study on how one could create a matching system between solidarity cities EU-wide and support this from the EU level with different EU funds, and really try to seek how to match refugees and cities throughout the European Union. And this was a study worked out by a group of scientists in Germany, and they are now even in a pilot phase where they are testing parts of what they had, like basically testing this matching system. And I think there is a lot of room for, let's say, ideas and improvement here. But obviously you need to have the political will. Like, I mean, if cities do not have the right to really bring in people, and it follows the Königsteiner Schlüssel, we have the system where centrally, like refugee or asylum seekers are centrally divided, and it's you can't go further. Yeah, if you want to directly answer.
Is it an artificial intelligence tool that attempts this matching, or?
I think I can, if you're interested, I can definitely put you in touch with the researchers, because this pilot is not our project, so to say, but I've been in touch with them and I find it quite interesting myself. It goes, I mean, I'm out when it went into the details of IT and how to program it. They lost me, but I'd be happy to put you in touch with them. So.
Could I ask you also some information about, let's say, the conflict between the national level and the local? Let's say, what is the position? Is it the position of all parties that this type of resettlement could be impossible, or there is a conflict there too? Thank
you. I can only answer this question in Germany. I don't know the debates. Yes, in Germany, interestingly, it's not a matter of party. So we have mayors from the Christian Democrat conservative parties. We have Social Democrat mayors. We have Green mayors that all want to, well, they have their local level, their cities in mind, and they all ask for more capacities and more rights at the local level. So interestingly, this is not something that is left against conservatives or something, but it's really a level discussion. And I also know that Germany is particular in, we discussed this with Professor earlier, that Germany has a particular legal system that gives a lot of strength and capacities in general to cities, municipalities. I'm aware that this is not the case in every EU member state, but it could be one, it could be one piece of the puzzle, I think. I wouldn't want to overestimate it, but I think it definitely has potential. And there was another question. Yes, the taxi driver. Wow, yeah. I mean, it's a tough one.
Don't use taxis.
Exactly. Just bike. It's better for the climate anyway. No, but honestly speaking, I have I faced many such encounters myself, being outspoken about my job and obviously, you know, being visible in what I do. And I must say, okay, we can boil this comment down to the question of finance and where the money comes from. I think this is one part of the paradigm, let's say. And yeah, I mean, this is a really complex one, but maybe it's important to point out that we have international money in every aspect of life. I mean, it's not that it's just when it comes to solidarity with refugees, everything is financed by international money, but the street we are walking on is just, you know, purely taxpayers' national money, whether it's Italy or any other country. I think it's, yeah, I think it comes from a certain point of view where this argument probably doesn't help, but I think it's also important to show the interconnectedness of things, and that this is not in no way a particular asylum or migration issue, but that, you know, we are in the European Union and there is interconnectedness among us.
Okay, Neda. I would like to just briefly, if you can comment in the question that I have. Do you believe that the public opinion in Germany, in general, the public, are they tired from so far from this migration crisis that goes on, and probably it will continue now with Afghans, or it's a pattern, this solidarity of a great feature of the German society?
Good question. No, I don't think it's a German pattern at all. I mean, even the lady who asked the question said, even this taxi driver does not want people to drown in the Mediterranean. And when we were working in German parliament, we founded a group that was solely addressing, it was a group of parliamentarians, a very loose network of parliamentarians who all were motivated by the fact that we had all these deaths in the Mediterranean, and they came from all parties except for the extreme right wing, AfD. We didn't even ask them, but I think there is in all, and I'm really, I don't, this is not naive or anything. I'm sure that in all European member states, countries, the majority of people do not want people to die in the Mediterranean Sea, or being beaten up at borders even, or all these things we witness for years now. I don't think that the majority wants this. At the same time, if you ask me if there's a tiredness, yes, there is a tiredness. I'm sure there is a tiredness because as we've heard earlier, also we see things being postponed and not agreed upon by our governments. So this is definitely something that adds to the tiredness. Another aspect is we've seen many, as I said, people helping refugees, but we have a severe problem in Germany when it comes to family reunification. If I'm a, let's say, teacher, and I'm helping a family, teaching German to a family, and parts of this family are still in Syria, still under threat. And for years, I witnessed this family struggle to reunify with a family, which is illegal. It's you know, it's allowed by law. It's just not working because parts of the system are not working because the foreign ministry is overburdened, whatever. Then this creates a tiredness and frustration as well, because I'm trying to teach German to young man who cannot even concentrate on anything because he's in constant fear for his wife and children in Syria, for instance. I mean, these are very real examples that people would approach us and say, what can we do? You know, write letters to the government, etc. So I think there's also a tiredness to answer your question. Sorry for these examples, but I think it also has to do with mismanagement and how well policymakers are reacting. And thank you for the last slide, Danai, because it perfectly showed how less we have learned, unfortunately, from the past experiences. And I didn't even put Afghanistan on my challenge slide because it
will be in the future.
Yes.
All right, Neda, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to let you know, the working groups of 3.2 headed by Professor Maria Kavala and 4.2 by Tihomir. By Sandy Protogeru, will be held here, okay? And the others, 3.1 by Yanis Papageorgiou and 4.1 by Tihomir Zachev, will be upstairs, okay? So, getting to our last speaker in the panel is Adriano Silvestri, who recently joined the United Nations High Commissioner in Greece as a protection officer, and he will talk about external borders and the right to asylum. It will be an online presentation. I see already Adriano. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Adriano Silvestri is, as I told you, a protection officer since July 2021 in UNHCR in Greece, and previously he has been working with the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, the FRA, as program manager in charge of asylum, migration, and borders. And prior to that, he spent many years with missions of UNHCR around the world. Adriano, buongiorno, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And first, before I start, can you hear me, or is there some background sound? Okay. Thank you very much. First, I would like to really thank the organizers for having put the topic of EU asylum policies and external borders on the agenda. It is extremely timely. The situation of asylum seekers and refugees at borders, particularly at the EU external borders, is very challenging, as also the previous speakers noted. And it's not just an issue affecting Greece, but it's an issue which affects many borders of the European Union. You may remember the pictures in the news a few weeks ago, and even now still along the border with Belarus in the Baltic states or in Poland, or the news from Ceuta in May 21 when Spain had to deploy military to address the arrivals of people coming from Morocco. So it is a very timely topic. When I prepared briefly for this presentation, I realized that in fact, the title should not be External Borders and the Right to Asylum, but rather External Borders and the Rights of Asylum Seekers and Refugees there, because the challenges go beyond just the right to asylum. Again, as previous speakers have hinted to, and I will go back to this. I think it's important to start with an understanding that there is an increasing uneasiness, an increasing suspicion on how spontaneous arrivals who reach the EU borders, not at border crossing points, but in between, so to speak, so at sea or at the so-called green border at land, are viewed as irregular arrivals, are viewed with suspicion, are viewed and connected with security risks, and less so with protection needs or with the need for providing them with safety and with asylum. In my brief presentation, I will touch upon 3 points. First, the challenges at borders. Secondly, the law. And thirdly, the implementation of the law. When it comes to the challenges, I think it's important to underline that it's not just about the respect for the principle of non-refoulement. Clearly, we see in several sections, I would say, of the external borders of the European Union, a lack of understanding, possibly also disrespect of the principle of non-refoulement. This in different situations. I think for those who want to get an overview, the Fundamental Rights Report published by the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights in July or in June this year provides a very good overview with a map that shows the different areas or the different sections of the external border where instances or cases of refoulement, documented or adjudicated cases of refoulement occurred, or where very credible reports were presented. And this range really from the situation at border crossing points at the Polish-Belarus border to the disembarkation during the Easter weekend of last year in Libya of a group rescued under coordination of the Maltese search and rescue centers, put on a fishing boat and disembarked in Libya, to the way the boats that departed from Syria and from northern Lebanon and went or sailed towards Cyprus well, a year ago or so, in August, September last year, were intercepted at sea at the outer borders of the Cyprus territorial sea, to, of course, the situation in Evros, which I'm in Greece, sorry, which I'm not going to describe in detail, as probably all of you are aware, but both at the land borders in Evros as well as at the sea borders on the islands, we at UNHCR see regular reports, credible reports of informal returns of people who crossed into the territorial sea or into the territory of Greece and were then returned informally back to the other side, and where UNHCR is often also contacted for help, and where we follow up on some of these cases. But this is one part of the picture. I think it's important to keep in mind that there are also other how would I say, other human rights which are at stake there. And really, this is my first message to the audience. It's important to unpack this concept of pushback, which is an all-encompassing term to describe, in a way, the unlawful or informal returns of people over a border, to actually really point to the human rights violations that may lie behind it. I mean, if we see the large reports that are on the internet on people put in this orange or red life rafts at sea in the Eastern Mediterranean. What are the links with the right to life there? And is there a responsibility? Or if we see families being separated during a pushback operation, there is clearly an issue with the right to respect for family life. The arbitrary detention that we witness in several instances in different locations, not only in Greece. Again, how does that relate to the right to liberty and security? The excessive use of force, the debasing or humiliating treatment that we can observe during searches, for example, or during the pushbacks operation itself. So really, when it comes to the challenges, I mean, there are not just challenges with regard to respect of the principle of non-refoulement. At borders, there are also challenges with regard to respect of fundamental rights more generally. And I think it's important to keep this in mind and to address the strategies or to frame the strategies addressing these challenges correspondingly. So this is was my first point, the challenges. The second point I want to make is the law. And really thanks a lot to both previous speakers for having clearly outlined the law when it comes to the asylum acquis and the how would I say, the right to asylum and the related obligations. But here I would like to take a different perspective and look at it really from a border management perspective. the human rights or refugee law instruments, they don't only speak to asylum officers, they speak also to border guards. And the principle of non-refoulement, as outlined in the 1951 Convention related to refugees, or the prohibition of torture in the Convention Against Torture, the rights, the civil rights set out in the Covenant on International Civil and Political Rights, they're all applicable also at borders, and they're all applicable also to border police and border guards. The same goes for the European Convention of Human Rights. As soon as you have an arguable claim under Article 3, meaning an arguable claim that if returned, you would face a serious risk of torture, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, there is an obligation of an individual assessment, of a rigorous scrutiny, in a way, ensuring that the persons are given the options to appeal, the options of a remedy to appeal a possible negative decision by the administration and stay in the country during the time of the appeal. And all this applies also at borders. I would like to disagree, if I may, with the opening statement of this panel, where it was suggested that there is, in a way, a contradiction between asylum and border management. Because in fact, if you look, and here really it's EU law that helps, if you look at the EU law framework in this field, it's very clear that the spirit in which border management should be carried out by both the national border guards as well as by Frontex, which is usually framed in this general concept of integrated border management, and is laid out in Article 3 of the European Border and Coast Guard Regulation of 2019, to which already a reference was made. It's clear that this concept of integrated border management means that border management, to be of good quality, needs to respect also fundamental rights. And if you go and look at other instruments of EU law, particularly the Schengen Borders Code in its Article 4, it makes reference to the obligation by member states when they apply the Schengen Borders Code. So essentially, when they do border checks at border crossing points, and when they do border surveillance at the green or the blue border, so at land in between border crossing points, or at sea, that they need to apply the regulations of the Schengen Borders Code in full compliance with the Charter of Fundamental Rights, but also with the 1951 Convention relating to the rights of refugees. If we look, and the Schengen Borders Code applies to member states. If we look at the legal regime that applies to Frontex, there as well, the Frontex regulation in Article, I think it's 80 or 84, I would have to check, I don't remember by heart. I mean, has a very strong fundamental rights provision, basically making clear that whatever Frontex does must respect the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. And for the specific Frontex operation at sea, where there is a special regulation that provides guidance on how Frontex should operate during maritime border surveillance operations. There as well, it's Article 4 of Regulation 656 says that Frontex must operate in full compliance with fundamental rights and the principle of non-refoulement, and there are guidance on how to ensure that the disembarkation of people intercepted or rescued is carried out in full compliance with it. So we do have a law when it comes to border management that is very clear. The law obliges border guards, border police, to respect the right to asylum and to treat people intercepted, people stopped, people apprehended in full compliance with fundamental rights. Now, why is it that this doesn't always happen, or sometimes that it often doesn't happen? I mean, we've heard about the overall, broad, political, if we want, implication or challenge around the common European asylum system, about the development of asylum policies over the last almost decade or so. But apart from the bigger discussion, I think it's important to keep in mind also how would I say, the more concrete obstacles that we have, because they're also relevant. First, there is a lack of knowledge of how border control or border surveillance should be carried out. Now, I take here the example of Greece, where over the last, a year and a half, a bit more than a year and a half, almost 2,000 new police officers were recruited to assist and support the border management. And so they are basically deployed in Evros, on the islands, partly also on the mainland, to help the competent authorities, the responsible authorities, to carry out border checks and border surveillance. Now, these officers have been recruited with very limited training, and clearly there is a need to address this. So lack of knowledge should not be undermined, I think. The second thing is that the legal regime is not so simple. I mean, for non-specialists, in my daily work, I keep on encountering confusion, misunderstanding, and mixing up of concepts. Now, if we take, for example, the central issue around the discussion on pushbacks, which is essentially what is set out in Article 4 of the Schengen Borders Code, that according to general principles of EU law, decisions must always be taken on an individual basis. So if we take this need for have an individual assessment of each person before you return the person back to or before you take action vis-a-vis that person, including a possible return back to the country where the person came from, then we see a confusion among practitioners between what does it imply with regard to the principle of non-refoulement, so Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights, and what does it imply with regard to the prohibition of collective expulsion, where, so under Protocol 4, Article 4 of Protocol 4 of the European Convention of Human Rights. We've seen, I mean, without going into detail of the case of Andy and NT versus Spain. This is the case where two persons from sub-Saharan Africa who jumped the fence and basically were then returned back to Morocco without by Spain back to Morocco without an individual procedure, where the European Court of Human Rights, under very exceptional situations and provided a number of preconditions were fulfilled, decided that in such exceptional situations, if there is an option to request safety in a way otherwise, the state can reduce or forfeit the possibility of having an individual examination of the claim. Now, this sort of exception from an individual examination, which the court accepted in very exceptional circumstances for the prohibition of collective expulsion, does not apply to the principle of non-refoulement. So the moment somebody applies or wishes to apply for asylum and claims in an arguable way that he fears treatment against Article 3 if returned, there is no exception to the need or the necessity to have an individual examination. So I took a bit more time to illustrate this challenge, but we find that the law is complicated for non-experts, and that tools that simplify the state of play for the law for practitioners are also needed to address this gap. And finally, the third point in terms of the practical, how would I say, ways to address the implementation gap turns around the concept of impunity. We see extremely few cases where the alleged violations of be it the principle of non-refoulement, be it of excessive use of force, of inhuman or degrading treatment, or destruction of property being reported. Very few of these cases are actually investigated. And it would be interesting, I think, to make a comparison to see how many actually court decisions has there been on fundamental rights, on reported fundamental rights violations in the European Union, at the European Union external border, at the national level, and compare how many cases the European Court of Human Rights had to step in. And because I think probably, at least from the information that reaches me, it seems that there is more case law in Strasbourg than in the member states together when it comes to this particular aspect. So really, to conclude, I think if I can leave a few messages for the discussion or for further reflection, is really there is, or it would be helpful to see border management as also a tool to protect fundamental rights, not as an opposition or as a contradiction to fundamental rights. The concept of border management, of quality border management, must include respect for fundamental rights. The second point is really what I mentioned at the beginning, and that is the need to unpack the pushbacks and call a spade a spade. So really look at the fundamental rights or human rights violations that may in some cases even raise issues of criminal law individually and name them as such, rather than packaging them under the more general term of pushback, which has as such no reflection in the set of instruments that protect fundamental rights and human rights. And finally, really the addressing the impunity of having more investigations, having prompt, effective investigations when violations are reported, and making sure that those who are found responsible are actually also punished. I think these are, for me, the three challenges. There are also positive developments, and we maybe can come back to those during the discussion. And if I think about the implementation of the 2019 Frontex regulation or European Border and Coast Guard regulation, which obliges Frontex to recruit and deploy fundamental rights monitors to their operational area, or the discussion about a mechanism to monitor fundamental rights at the external borders or at Europe's borders. These ideas and these concepts are positive signs of a willingness to do something about the situation at the external border, and hopefully they will help addressing some of the challenges we experience today. And thank you a lot for everyone. And I'm open to any question and comments and critiques. Thanks.
I wanted more to be as a question. If there is a contradiction between border management and asylum policies, and what kind of border management do we apply? Is one to facilitate people who want to asylum seekers, or exactly to prevent, at the end, the pushbacks? Let me tell to the students that they will participate afterwards in the working groups, if you're not familiar with some terms that we use, or most of the people we are, it's easy understandable to us, please go ahead and ask in the working groups. Probably someone doesn't know what pushback means, okay? And what EASO is, okay? All these issues and all these terms that we use, feel free to ask them when we will, after the coffee break, okay? During the working group sessions. Please go ahead with questions. Yes.
Hi, Adriana. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just have a question regarding one of your last comments on how the law could evolve in order to integrate better fundamental rights respect into the border management. And I just wanted your informal comment on what you think about because part of the pact proposals, as you know, is the pre-entry screening. And there have been criticisms from academia and NGOs saying that that possibly would increase a legal limbo, as well as the extra deadlines that there might be in certain situations for registering, for instance, an asylum application. Do you see these kind of legal, possibly limbo, extended legal limbo for asylum seekers as creating further risks for this kind of situations, or how do you see that? Thank you.
Should I respond now, or are we collecting more questions?
Please go ahead.
Okay. No, thank you very much for this question. And indeed, the reply is not simple. I can probably at this stage only reply from the Greek perspective. And if you observe what is being carried out as part of the development of the hotspots approach, we have already on the Greek islands a process whereby there is an initial registration. I mean, it's not necessarily called screening under Greek law, but there is an initial registration that captures, by and large, a significant number of the pieces of information that the proposed screening regulation wants to collect in a way. And this is part of this initial, essentially, police interview that is carried out and constitutes a basis to then be able to decide whether the person has to be referred to the asylum system, to a return system, or to, I don't know, if it emerges that the person is a victim of trafficking human beings, to some victims protection system, or to criminal procedures if criminal elements emerge. So in a way, aspects of the screening regulations make sense, and they are already implemented in practice. I think, to me, but this is really speaking now in a very personal, how would I say, a name. I would prefer, rather than a separate instrument that regulates these situations, I would have preferred having a clarification of what border surveillance means under the Schengen Borders Code. So some, how would I say, changes to the Schengen Borders Code that would give more details to the provision. And there's only one there that regulates border surveillance as compared to the different provisions that regulate border checks. And where also the monitoring of fundamental rights in this context could have been introduced. So that is my personal view, because indeed there are certain questions that are difficult to respond in terms of what is going to be the status, what is the type of decision, can that decision that will be taken as part of this initial registration called screening be appealed or not, and I see more the screening as part of a process of kind of completing the border surveillance procedure rather than as a separate procedures per se. But of course, we have it now on the table as a separate procedure, and that's, I think, why a number of questions are difficult to respond. So probably not very helpful, but this is as far as I can comment on this specific topic. Thank you.
From a participant, from an online participant, let's hear him out. It's Vittorio Cascone.
Yes, thank you for the speech. It was very clear, but I have a concern. Since there is a really small amount of the proceeding that comes to the Court of Human Rights compared to the real episodes of violation of human rights at the borders of Europe, what is possible to do other than observing and recording these episodes by ONGs and UNHCR? What is possible to do to fulfill the gap that there is, and is an important gap, because if you want to respect human rights, we do not have only to formally respect, but we have to enforce physically the respect of human rights. We cannot assess only the cases that make people be able to afford a lawyer and go and make their request to the court of human rights. So what is your idea on this topic?
I mean, to me, the key question is really how can we get more investigations at the national level? In several cases of the allegations that we can see, we speak of behavior that, if confirmed, would constitute crimes under the national law, and we see very little to almost no investigations on this. So this is, to me, the starting point. But so more investigations at the national level, and also some if the behavior is found as having occurred, also punishment. I think that, however, to get there, we need still more work, and that can, and there are two things I think that can help. One is if the proposal that the Commission has put on the table together with the Pact, and which the European Commission and the EU more generally is supporting, on monitoring fundamental rights at external borders in a structured and official way. If this starts, we would have not only reports by civil society organizations, but we would also have reports by a system especially established to report on it, that would put issues on the table, and that might further the action by the judiciary to start looking into cases more frequently. And secondly, I mentioned the fundamental rights monitors that Frontex has started to recruit and will at some point in the next weeks or months deploy to the operations, because that may help at least in those areas or in those sections of the border where Frontex is operationally present, so where the external border is part of the Frontex operational area. It would help make Frontex better aware of the fundamental rights risks there. It would help Frontex being aware of incidents. And I believe that Frontex can also play an important role in, fine-tuning the national response also on border management. I mean, border management and the way national authorities operate is, of course, by and large up to the responsible national competent body. But there is EU law. There are very clear limits in the Schengen Borders Code and in the European Border and Coast Guard regulation. I mean, when we speak of the European Border and Coast Guard, I think it's important to highlight that what is in the European Border and Coast Guard regulation is not only relevant for Frontex. The European Border and Coast Guard, the last version of the regulation, has in a way two parts. It establishes the European Border and Coast Guard, which is member states, border management authorities, and Frontex. And then it has specific rules for Frontex. And in this first part, there are also very clear parameters on how border management must be carried out, where I think that the Fundamental Rights Office of Frontex, through its deployed people in the operations, through its visits to the operations, can help feed into the planning of Frontex operations, more fundamental rights related challenges and information or in a way that can help steer also the way Frontex works on the ground. So I see in a way really the need for more investigations and case law at a national level as extremely important, plus the monitoring work that is hopefully coming on the Frontex side, as well as on through the national monitoring mechanisms which have been suggested. Thank you.
Okay, last question from Neda, and we will appreciate a brief answer because we are a little bit beyond schedule.
Thank you very much also for the great presentation. But I think, in fact, my question has already been answered, because I was also about to ask, how can we end impunity? So I think you already gave us a hint. So thank you very much.
Okay, Adriano. Excuse me.
One very, very last question. Hello, sorry. And it's not a question, it's a question to myself, more or less, but I hope that you can reflect on it. In the past, when states were sovereign and there was no internet, there was the concept of raison d'etat. And raison d'etat meant, in current terms, that if states agree, a member state can push back people, can reduce fundamental rights, can manipulate international law in a way to how to put it, in a way to converge it, to make its interests converge with the interests of other states. What I mean is that fundamental rights violations today by member states on asylum applicants, on potential asylum applicants, etc., are to a large extent tolerated by peer states. So Greece would not do what it did unless there was a sort of tacit agreement that, yes, you can push back the limits of international law in order to... UNHCR is not an NGO. It is an international organization composed of states. I understand, and it's very well done, that states have their own, let's say, priorities. UNHCR has a statutory role. Aren't you afraid that if UNHCR becomes too vocal, there would be a pushback? I mean, not a real pushback, but a sort of reaction from states in the EXCOM, for instance, or in the relationship between UNHCR and member states?
I mean, it's a question which would require more than just a brief answer, but maybe as points of reflection. First, it is UNHCR's mandate to protect refugees. And if we see that movements, or if we see that the fundamental rights or human rights challenges at the external border concern people who then subsequently, if they manage to enter, apply for asylum, then we speak of people who are potentially of concern to UNHCR, and we have a duty to do something. This is the first. The second thing is that it is not only about being vocal. It's also about trying to support the relevant states, but not only in Europe, this across almost all continents, to manage migration in a way, or to manage asylum influx in a way rather than migration, to manage asylum arrivals or mixed movements that include asylum seekers or refugees and migrants who move for other reasons in a way that is effective, but also respects refugee law and the rights of refugees. I mean, and really here, I would like to go back to what already in 2006, I think, UNHCR published, which was this 10-point plan, elements of which we see now also presented in the pact on asylum and on migration and asylum. So the UNHCR issued a sort of a roadmap in a very general manner that suggests how, with 10 steps, the responsible national authorities, essentially states, can tackle this challenge. So it's not just about about using in a way the stick and flagging the challenges and the gaps. It's also about it's also our role to try to help states to deal with this challenge, and it's not a simple challenge for the number of reasons that have already been outlined by the previous speakers. And I think I stop there, and thank you very much.
Piano, for your participation. We hope next time you will be with us in person.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. Apologies for not being able to be there. I would have really liked to see this very nice corner of Greece that I haven't yet visited.
Thank you very much as well. So coffee break now till 12 o'clock. Is it okay?
Two small announcements for those staying here. One, there is a paper there. Please fill in those who want to go to the interurban bus station to take the bus at 2 o'clock. Tomorrow, not today. No one is going to leave today. So if you want to take the bus, this is because we want to know where the bus from here will take persons after the end. Tomorrow morning, you will have to pack up from the hotel, take your luggage, and put them judiciously. What I mean, if you have your own car, or if you want to leave later on, you can let the luggage at the hotel, not in the room. If you want to leave directly from here, take your luggage with you. You cannot keep the hotel later on than 11 o'clock, I think it is. So if you want, what I want to know is that tomorrow at the end of the session, after we have lunch, people will leave. Some people will leave perhaps earlier before lunch or lunch break. If there is sufficient number of persons who want to go to the interurban bus station, CTEL that is, put your name there, because the bus will take some people to the interurban bus station and the rest will go to the city center. This is where our support ends. Did I make myself clear? Enjoy your coffee break.
And then participate also in the working groups. It's very important for you.
Working group 2 with Professor Kavala is here. Working group 1 with me is upstairs. And then the next 4-2 with Mrs. Protogeru is here. 4-1 with Tihomir Sabchev is upstairs, right?
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to repeat the beginning. I was saying that we are here to discuss on the integrated border management system. We are in the working group session 2. I would like to thank at first Professor Papageorgiou, Jean Monnet Chair, the organizing committee and the City of Naousa for the organization of this very interesting summer school. And of course for inviting me here. And I would also like to thank you all for being here. I'm a historian of modern history, especially of the history of exclusion and discrimination. And I study and research refugee and migration issues in historical perspective, seeking to understand better the present through the past, but also to learn, if we could say so, from the past. So together, we are going to reflect on the issue we said before. Let me present a short introduction on the issue based on the papers of Frank McNamara, a policy analyst in the European Migration and Diversity Program, and of Marcel Gretzel, experienced migration and security professional skilled in human rights research, international relations, and policy analysis. Both of the papers you can find in the website of the summer school. Also, you can find there 2 pages with terms in use and the sources with the explanations of the terms. I don't know if you have already read or seen these papers. Well, let's start from the 80s, where on June 14, 1985, we had the Schengen Agreement. It is the treaty that led most of the European countries towards the abolishment of their national borders to build a Europe without borders, known as the Schengen area. Signed in Luxembourg initially by only 5 EU countries. Probably you know already that, but it's I think it's important to remember the past. France, Germany, Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. The treaty was signed in Schengen, a small village in southern Luxembourg. And the agreement remains one of the world's biggest area that have ended border control between member countries. Some years later on, in May 1999, the Treaty of Amsterdam incorporated the agreement, the Schengen Agreement, inside the legal framework of the European Union. As in the past, the Schengen treaties and rules set by the agreement were not part of the European Union and were operating autonomously. The first thoughts on integrated border management policy can be traced back in 2001, 2 years later than the treatment of Amsterdam. The Treaty of Amsterdam, when the European Council recognized that the easing of internal frontiers required a strengthening of external border control. It was easy to open inside EU our borders, but then we had a problem with our external borders. Of course, it is important to remember what is happening in every step that we move forward on these issues. I mean, when 2009, there was this thought of an integrated border management system. What was happening? There were refugee outflows from Afghanistan
because of the war there. There were refugees from today's North Macedonia, back then former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, due to ethnic conflicts that came back, that were coming to Europe. Also, at the same time, Africa was a place with political turbulences, and that meant refugees and migrants towards Europe. That created the need of an integrated border management system, the first thought to that. Up to a point, this policy, this idea of integrated border management policy materialized in 2004 with the creation, the establishment of Frontex, I'm sorry, and the word is important to explain things. Frontex is coming from French, frontière intérieure, external borders. It was established as the European Agency for the Management of Operational Cooperation in the External Borders, and it is primarily responsible for coordinating border control efforts all over external borders of Europe. In response to the European migrants crisis of 2015-16, the European Commission proposed on December 2015 to extend Frontex's mandate and to transform it into a fully fledged European Border and Coast Guard Agency. The new name, today's name of Frontex is what we also heard before. I lost it, European Border and Coast Guard Agency. On December, the European Council roundly supported the proposal, and after a vote by the European Parliament, the European Border and Coast Guard was officially launched in October 2016 at the external border in Bulgaria and with Turkey. To enable the agency to carry out its tasks, its budget has gradually increased from 143 million euros for 2015 to 543 million euros for 2021, and the staff of the agency is planned to reach 10,000 people by 2027. It is important to say here that before the crisis, in 2006, we had an evolution in IBM, as it is known, Integrated Border Management Policy, that permitted intervention, let's say, foreign, a kind of foreign policy of inside this integrated border management. That means communication agreements with third countries. And that started in 2006. And of course, an example of using this kind of decision that was taken earlier was the treaty, the agreement with Turkey in 2016. Both of the writers and a lot of discourse on that supports the idea that all this effort in protecting our borders, all this evolution of IBM, Integrated Border Management, and of Frontex, led also to severe problems concerning the basic, the fundamental values of the EU. We also have discussed earlier in the panels about that, concerning fundamental rights of the member states, but also of the refugees or the migrants, solidarity, and also the fair sharing of responsibilities among the member countries. Three main severe problems that really occurred in a very urgent, let's say, way. One of our writers, in concluding, says that it is important if we don't need only emergency policies concerning our borders, but if we want to keep our values, to keep EU legislation, it is important to work on the roots of the problems. What is happening in Libya? How I stabilize this area? How I can help to this direction? Or in Syria, or to see the roots of instabilization of the problem and try to help as an EU, as the EU. The other writer of the second paper I sent you agrees with McNamara, but also points out that it is really all this evolution of Frontex, all this preparation and in fact making Frontex a kind of an army, of a military guard in the external border, in the borders of EU. Also enhance to the guards the idea that on the other side we have an enemy, so violation of human rights is something acceptable, and legalization and keeping values of EU and what is legal and not legal, unfortunately, it's not possible to be implemented. So I would like to start a conversation on this, since now we have a general aspect of the discussion. I pointed out in a few lines the main discussion. I would like to hear your opinion, your questions, and of course to tell you later on my own opinion. Please, the floor is yours, because we are here to discuss. And of course, I hope that after the summer school, all the material will be helpful for better understanding of the issue, for better efforts on what is happening. For example, I could start by asking you, do we need a European border and coast guard or Frontex? What do you think on this simple question? It's not so simple. I can understand. I can absolutely understand that.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. I think we need to first to clarify some concepts. I think we need to clarify some concepts first, and this might be easy instead of asking about products and stuff like that, because we might have opposite opinions, and this might not help the creation of a reflection.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a good point to start on the conceptual issues of what do we mean by integrative border management.
Yes,
if we can reflect on that.
Of course.
I think this might be a route to then reflect on the policies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Of course, of course. Well, integrated border management policy is the concept by which the European Union manages its external border. IBM involves national and international cooperation between all authorities and agencies involved in border security and trade facilitation. Economy is on the ground always. Its goal is to establish effective and coordinated border management at the EU's external borders. And it was a very good question. It's important to say that at the beginning of these thoughts and this concept, Frontex was not connected to IBM. It is important to say that. It was later on, due to the circumstances, to the changing of politics, of what was happening in the borders and farther than Europe, that it is, in fact, this connection between IBM policy and Frontex came around, I would say, 2006 and later on. And it was, it's not again a random year, 2006, we had the recognition of the internal displaced persons. We had several recognition of several categories of refugees and migrants, and how complex is the problem. This is what I can say till this point. So please, let's continue with explanations and
Is it possible for you to repeat us what IBM includes as its policy?
Of course, of course, of course. It's, well, it started, as we said, around 2001 and involves national and, well, is the concept by which the European Union manages its external borders. The EU involves national and international cooperation between all authorities and agencies involved in border security and trade facilitation. Its goal is to establish effective and coordinated border management and the EU's external borders, which was back in 2001, it was, let's say, a vision about the EU and how we could manage our borders. It has to do with the vision of having an economic and a political union in all aspects. Okay, we talked about the difficulties, the disadvantages, the changing through years.
So is it a general idea, like we can hear it now, or has it evolved through the years?
Well, now it is connected with the guarding of the borders, with the funding of Frontex, the evolution of Frontex. Nowadays is much more, but it's mainly the protection of the borders in the way we also described in the previous panel and together through these papers. So let's give the floor to Vittorio and then to Sandy.
Okay, I was thinking about the balance that we should put between the policies of both Frontex and the IBM, quindi, and these two systems have first to see an integrated policy, because the officers that will guarantee the execution of Frontex and IBM will be appointed by the same states that make some choices of on migration policies that are really problematic in some cases. Even Greece and Italy, where Italy is my home country, were caught on this topic doing some not good practices in refoulement of migrants or in pushbacks. So what do I say is that don't we need first to analyze even the necessity of creating a more deep sense and common ground before applying a common management of the borders?
Yes, I think you're absolutely right about that. We didn't manage to have a common ground on the very important issue of migration and refugees and acceptance. So the solution that we already talked about that came really fast was enhancing guards, which is, in my opinion, is a dead end. We can't live with protecting all the time our borders, I mean EU borders, from refugees and migrants, which is a phenomenon. It's not a unique problem that is going to be solved. It's not going to be solved all the time in different ways. There are going to be people that, for many reasons, need or even want to leave from their places. So yes, maybe it would be better to invest as EU, I mean, in preparing a common ground in education. Do we have this time? I'm not sure about that. But we have to try towards this direction and not only guarding our borders. This is not a solution. And then is Santi, I think. Vittorio, I don't know if I answered or I tried to give an answer.
Yes, you answered completely. Thank you. And your pitch was clear. So thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Τώρα με ακούτε. Νομίζω ότι αυτό που ήθελα να ρωτήσω είναι από όσα σχόλιο είναι λίγο συνδεδεμένο με αυτό που ακούστηκε προηγουμένως. Χωρίς να θέλω να υπεραπλουστεύω ή να θεωρώ ότι ξέρω να ερμηνεύσω την πολιτική διαδικασία σαν πρακτικό στο πεδίο, ξέρουμε όλοι στην Ελλάδα ότι υπήρχε πολύ καιρός τώρα το αίτημα από την ελληνική κυβέρνηση ότι πρέπει να προστατεύσετε τα σύνορα, είναι τα ευρωπαϊκά σύνορα κτλ. Και αυτό γιατί, διότι υπήρχε η δεδομένη πολιτική επιλογή από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση να μεταφέρει το μεγαλύτερο μέρος της ευθύνης στις χώρες πρώτης εισόδου. Άρα λοιπόν, σαν αν θέλετε αντάλλαγμα σε αυτή τη συμφωνία, την πολιτική στην ουσία, η λογική ήταν τουλάχιστον βοηθήστε μας να προστατεύσουμε τα εξωτερικά σύνορα. Αυτό που εγώ προσωπικά βρίσκω προβληματικό ως δικηγόρος είναι ότι, όπως νομίζω ίσως ήταν και το σχόλιο το προηγούμενο, ότι δεν συζητάμε αυτή τη στιγμή για ένα κοινό σύστημα ασύλου στην Ευρώπη, που για μένα θα ήταν το αυτονόητο. Δηλαδή, όποιος αναγνωριστεί σε οποιοδήποτε κράτος να έχει τη δυνατότητα να μετακινείται ελεύθερα ή να μην έχει σημασία που εξετάστηκε το αίτημά του να θεωρείται πρόσφυγας για όλη την Ευρώπη, νομίζω ότι τότε θα υπήρχε μεγαλύτερη συνέπεια και λογική και νομική συνοχή ανάμεσα σε αυτό που γίνεται τώρα ως προς το Integrated Border Management, γιατί δεν υπάρχει συνέχεια σε αυτό, δεν υπάρχει η άλλη πλευρά της προστασίας. Γι' αυτό και δεν θα θεωρούσα ότι είναι κάτι θετικό, υπ' αυτή την έννοια και μόνο.
Okay. Maybe we should also say in English a few words on... No, I forgot it also.
So, okay, yes, I will repeat also in English, so sorry for that. So my point was that we legal practitioners in the field, we more or less understand how this integrated migration border management came from, because we are all aware of the fact that there is a political agreement at EU level that they try to shift the responsibility of the examination of asylum claims at the first countries of entry, meaning that there is not at the moment a discussion that with any chance to succeed at EU level, I think, for any quota dissemination, distribution of asylum seekers to all EU countries. For that purpose, I can remember Greek politicians saying that you should help us defend the borders because these are European borders. And also I added that for me that would make sense only if there was a unified European asylum system, a system where there would be a recognition of an asylum seeker as refugee, and that recognition would be valid for the whole Europe. At the moment, we don't have that. We still have national systems of examination and recognition of status. And we all know that refugees are not allowed to move in Europe as any other European citizen. There is no right of movement for them. So to keep the external borders as a whole, but then to have national examination and to not to try to also be more integrated in the protection we offer as EU, that for me would be problematic. And sorry again.
No, I absolutely agree with that. We need an integrated asylum policy instead of an integrated border management. Yes. Or we can do both. It's absolutely necessary. And I think Sophia wanted to.
No, I mean, I agree with both comments, and I think that how the policy is built so far is, if we cannot find a common ground, we know that, we don't even try that. So we try to see what we agree on, and we do some patch-up policy that will fix the problem for the time being, but it's not a strategy. It is not something that can be used in more cases. And you said that it's a phenomenon. And I think that what will happen now with people from Afghanistan is what happened again in 2015 and what will happen again, because in academia, we know that it happens and it will happen again, and we study that. But I think that on the other hand, politicians do not necessarily keep it in their mind. It's kind of like a crisis, it's like the economic crisis. So you had one in 2008 and they think it's fine. So we are covered for the next 30 years and it's not going to happen again, but it happens and it will keep happening. And I think that then I previously said that people from the parliament were happy that there is a pact, but is that really a step forward? Because I as a citizen and not as anything else, but as a citizen, I am absolutely mad that we are welcoming a pact, even if that's not good, and that is the solution we have now.
Yes, I also agree to that. The problem is that it's not, there is no EU policy on the issue. And I think Danai Papadopoulou showed that very clear. But also there is no internal policy, national policy on the issue as to make proposals from the point of view that we are every state, but towards a positive direction, not keeping my border safe. So what? Flows of refugees or migrants, they are going to keep coming because this is the world, because human beings have to live together, have to try to live together in the one or the other way. That's how civilization keeps going on.
Sorry, that's beautiful.
Yes, just to change the words in continuation of what Sadi said and what we discussed here, it might be integrative management of non-borders. This is what we should try.
I believe more in this idea.
I would like to ask a question about to answer your first question. I think that the most important thing is not to guard our European borders, but as you said, to find the roots of the conflicts, and for the European Union to try to help and resolve these conflicts, because especially for Africa, with the colonization of Africa, Europe underdeveloped many states of Africa, and that's why now there is a lot of poverty and a lot of immigration from Africa. And I think that Europeans have to have this responsibility to fix the situation, especially when the governments of African or Middle East states are willing to accept their help, because sometimes maybe the United States tried to help some states like Afghanistan and Iraq, but they didn't really did it.
Afghanistan is a huge example of the failure of these kind of policies. And if we don't want to go, of course, colonization and decolonization took place in a very complex way. But also, if we look in today's policy, we see EU enhancing many times authoritarian regimes in Africa, helping them, and then facing the problem of terrorism, terrorism inside the continent and outside the continent. So we have the problem, we can see, we analyze that, but we don't do something to solve it on the ground for the people there, according to our values, to EU values, and then see what we can do inside our borders.
That's something. And I think that what we also do, and I find that it does not really work, is that yesterday Professor Triantafyllidou said that we go to Africa and we say that you need to have Green Deal as a priority, and they haven't even fixed other problems. So we are trying to export a model of democracy that works for us, but will never work for them. So I think that for me, to what you said, it's also, this is very important in exporting our development model.
This is also very crucial. I saw a hand over there, show the microphone also.
I would like just to make a point, just to, because I'm thinking that migration, asylum, border control was part of the third pillar of the European Union. This means that member states have a large margin of discretion as regards their sovereignty, their security. So after the Lisbon Treaty, that we can speak more towards common European asylum system, it's still difficult for the European Union to implement this idea of common European asylum policies, because it's still member states have this large margin of discretion, and we see this in its implementation. So just to think about the history of European creation.
Of course, we all agree, I think. EU has still its internal weaknesses, and all this need for political union, not only economic union, political common ground on decisions. The European Parliament and what can decide, all that are really crucial, and we do have, we operate still inside the Union more as national states, separate national states, except of the borders and some other things that are really very, very nice to have and to use. We still operate as national states. I think it's the most resisting kind of political institution till today.
Yeah, it's what Danae Papadopoulou described in her presentation today, that we need to agree all member states to a point.
Yes, yes, is that. Through all these problems, I think Danai also said that it is a mirror for our internal problems. Yes, it's that. So we have 5 more minutes. Sandy?
I would like to make a more pragmatic suggestion this time, because overall,
yes.
It's difficult to persuade all member states in the EU to act differently. So I think what is lacking from the border management policy in the EU, and at least I'm not an expert, I don't know the new protocol, etc., but from practical experience from Frontex, we all talk about, and we had discussed that also in previous presentations about that Frontex or whatever is the agency should be accountable for any violation of human rights. The point is how to make that happen in practice. So what should be an element of discussion, from my knowledge, there was one officer working in Frontex to monitor the activities of Frontex in terms of violation. So any complaint could go there. Not enough. Once I had personally spoken with her, she couldn't do much. So the point is, as long as we need to have integrated border management policy and agency, at least the EU should really also create a framework that the respect of basic principles is not a theoretical issue, but in practice there are rules, there are principles, there are ways to monitor and ways to impose the law, at least as long as this border management is the status quo at that point.
Well, I absolutely believe that we have to listen to practitioners. If we need to face the problems that we have now, okay, and in long term, we have to make policy and work on several visions we have and ideas. But it is important, yes, monitoring and imposing the law. It is something that we have to, that we can lead on now, yes. So, if there is something else that you'd like to add, to comment, to ask, please be free to do so.
Hi, okay. So everyone is talking about an integrated system of like an internal European system about asylum seekers or refugees. And I was asking myself, like, what would it take to have such a system, since some people mentioned that we need a political union and not only an economical union inside the European Union. And I've heard this idea of a federalized European Union. So do you think that could solve the problem, or what's your opinion on that? Would that provide more political integration inside the European Union? And would that be a ground to build this unified or integrated asylum system for the European Union? That would be just a question.
It's a very interesting one and challenging one. I don't really know if that will work for EU because of the history of the EU, because of the history of the national states here. This is what I have in mind. Probably in long terms, yes, I think it could help. Yes, it could be, but it takes time. it could be an idea. Of course.
I was just thinking that it's like when you have a house and you have a great garden. So what the other sees of the EU is a great garden, and then the house is so dirty inside. So if you just want to invite someone in, then you have to clean the house first. So if we were to do that, then I would think that we have to do a lot of cleaning first.
It's really challenging and interesting, all that. There are, I think, there are that kind of proposals, but I think there is a long way to that. Okay, Professor Papageorgiou asked me to finish about this time as to have time for the next working group. I would really like to thank you for the very interesting conversation, questions, and I really hope that we have the chance to meet again and discuss again on all that issues, and in better conditions, I mean, with not all these dying in the Mediterranean Sea and all that. Yes. And waiting for the Afghans to come and all that. Thank you very much.
Ήγη, ναι, ακούτε όλοι. Yes, Kalispera, hello. My name is Sandy Protogeru. I'm working as a lawyer with many NGOs and UNHCR and also in the appeal committees of the state for many years now. What I would like to discuss today here with you is the idea of how law is actually implemented in the asylum area. And what we mean by implementation is not only the practice that each state or agent or actor involved in the procedures of the asylum and reception adopt, but also how courts interpreted these procedures and how they can influence their better interpretation and implementation. To clear my approach from the beginning, but happy to change it and answer to other questions as well. But for us as practitioners, law is as good as its implementation. So the best procedure, the best legal provision, if it's not properly implemented, it's not a good one. The point is how you amend this.
Political scientists say yes.
Political science have another very important task, although, but it's gone. Another approach that we take as a legal practitioner is individual rights. And why I'm stressing that? Because I have been hearing a lot of talks about EU law, etc. Not all legal instruments that we use are in a way legal frameworks that are approved, are recognized by agents, state agents or the courts as creating individual rights. Also individual rights in the sense that one person can go to court and claim this right in this sense. For example, I had been discussing in the past with an administrative judge in Greece about the protection, the Convention for the Protection of the Child. And I was explaining that this is what the convention says. And he told me, yes, but this is something that the state should implement. Doesn't mean that the child can come to us and protest that these rights have not been respected in Greece, for example. Also, another problem for a legal practitioner is actually whether there are practices that refer to a proper legal framework, that we can argue on that in front of the court. We have been talking largely about the relocation scheme, at least the first one, and the EU-Turkey deal. EU-Turkey deal, for example, or statement, or whatever you want to say, is not a legal instrument. It's not a legal agreement. NGOs tried, but they could not go to court and examine, protest, challenge this agreement and the impact on individuals, because simply according to the EU, EU had signed nothing with Turkey. It was an agreement or a statement that member states agreed with Turkey. So happened. So no legal instrument of the EU. Relocation scheme, at least at the first phase, relocation scheme was an option given, of course, to asylum seekers, especially in Greece. We know how it has been implemented, and a good option. But again, we didn't have the way to challenge how it has been implemented, how the matchmaking procedure was taking place, whether there were some basic rights that were respected, whether there is a violation of basic rights during the procedure of selecting someone to be relocated to another member state. Because that was not something that the states would say, yes, a person that has applied for relocation has to say something about it. This is a state procedure and we will take care of that. The choice of the person is either to accept the decision to be relocated somewhere or to stay here. That's to clarify a little bit what I'm talking about, how we protect individual rights. Another point is, of course, that we should not take for granted the access to legal aid. It doesn't have to do with this presentation and this discussion here, but of course, in order to have a court decision, we have to have access to legal aid and someone to deal with this case. And I very much agree, in theory at least, to what Silvestri from UNHCR said before, that the point is that we should not forget that there are basic human rights instruments and agreements and conventions implemented at EU level, and all and every legal provision should be interpreted in the light of these conventions, meaning that it's, if there is the will by the judge, and if the political environment allows, there is always a way, and this is what we should pursue as legal practitioners and most of, above all, the judges implementing this law, to understand the right spirit of the provision, taking into consideration what are the basic human rights we need to respect. So yes, I agree that even in theory, in a border management procedure, if we want to implement these fundamental rights, we could improve the situation. But the point is, do we want to do that? So not there yet, but at the end of this small presentation, although I don't want so much to have a presentation than a discussion, I'm just clarifying some things in order to help you raise questions in case you don't understand. I don't take for granted that all are so clear to you as to me as a lawyer, let's say. What I am trying to find as answers to question is whether asylum in its implementation is actually implementation of a legal provision or of a political decision. I mean, what are the dynamics there? And most of all, how could these rulings of the courts could play a more critical role in the implementation? Because to make another step, again, a court decision should be implemented and respected the right way. So we can have a decision we do not always have the right result from that decision. And overarching question in my mind, I'm not expecting an easy answer, is how we can make justice count in this area of asylum. I just wanted to raise the questions from the beginning. These are at the end of the presentation, nevertheless. Another thing that I would like to clarify is, and again, there has been a reference to that, is that there are many courts and many legal regimes that can influence asylum. If we can go to the next slide above. I mean, there is the asylum law and also different legal regimes. I'm talking about also different courts that implement these provisions. It's apart from the EU law, it's the very well-known European Convention for Human Rights, is the other UN treaties, like the very important in the past for asylum, a convention against torture and other cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. And of course, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU, it's not a new, let's say, piece of legislation, is an effort of the EU to incorporate basic principles and basic human rights in one instrument. what we say as lawyers is that unfortunately this charter has not been used so far as much as it should be by legal practitioners and by judges. But it can, the charter, it's a basic instrument because it incorporates many basic legal provisions that were in different international treaties till then. So that would be a very small intervention or introduction from my side. Then I have some cases I would like to discuss with you or demonstrate. Just to clarify in advance, they are not the most important decisions, but for me, they have a different value and give food for thought. But if you have already questions, please ask. What do you mean?
You said before that there is an instrument.
The EU Charter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a legal framework. Yes.
Why isn't it work?
I'm not saying that it's not working or it has not a binding force. I'm just saying that this is a decision of the legal practitioner that goes to the court to evoke the provisions of the specific instrument, because it's not new, to be honest. I mean, it's not a new, there are not new legal provisions. There are provisions that had been mentioned in other legal instruments and international conventions in the past. Maybe it should be broadly disseminated, and it should be, we should also learn, judges and lawyers, to make better use of that. But it's not a new, I mean, it's not something, it's something like a new law that would help us. It's a new legal instrument, gathering many previously existing provisions in one framework, let's say.
Okay, Santi, thank you for the introduction. I'd like to ask you about the diversity of the courts, that there are many different courts. So how we define the power of each court? I mean, what are the forces that shape the will of each court? Because in the end of the day, it's the will of the court, not exactly the exact implementation of the law, because there is a mediation that is the interpretation of the law. So we do have the will of the court. I mean, we have adjustments. So I wonder, what is the power of each different court that lawyers have to consider?
I'm not sure what you mean by power, maybe how the decisions are implemented, yeah. Formed. Its legal framework, its legal regime has, let's say, the court that you should address to. For example, if you want to use the articles of the European Court for the European Convention for Human Rights, definitely you have to go to the court who, by the structure of the convention, is responsible for its implementation, the European Court for Human Rights. Then the ministry, the committees of ministers are have the role, as you can see in the slides, to monitor the implementation of the decision. So this is one legal regime. If you're talking about EU law, the Court of Justice of the EU can provide in the interpretation, let's say, of the EU law. So many also state agents make preliminary questions to the Court of Justice of Human Rights before making their own decision. So its legal instrument is, let's say, used under a specific court procedure. For example, in order to go to the European Court for Human Rights, you have first to challenge the decision that you think that violates an article of the European Convention of Human Rights at national level. This is a requirement. And this is a very big problem because you never know exactly what this means. Who is responsible for that? And maybe I can explain you later that it's not really clear at EU law and EU level who is responsible to, let's say, to implement. Dublin, for example, it's a very good example of this because Dublin has the states understand Dublin as an interstate mechanism that allocates the responsibility of examining asylum claims. On the other hand, individuals, asylum seekers that, for example, want to use the Dublin provisions for family reunification, see Dublin as their way, the legal instrument to be reunited with their families. It's not the same approach. And sometimes this leads to awkward court decisions and practices at the end. I have it in my presentation just to give you I don't know if it's relevant, but maybe I should mention it now. Yes. Now, just to complete, maybe it's relevant because it's better not to follow the presentation, but to mention some findings that I would like to present you as it comes. For example, my organization is very much working on cross-border legal collaboration, meaning lawyers from Greece with lawyers from other EU member states where we have teams. The basic thing for that, though, and requirement is that the other state accepts for a lawyer to challenge the decision made, let's say on a family reunification case. If you know the Dublin procedure a little bit, there is a request from a state and another state has to accept this request for transfer. Many states say that this is a state procedure and the individual has nothing to do with that. Also, there was a recent decision by a court in Sweden saying that if we reject in Sweden a family reunification request, there is no right to appeal against this decision. Why? Because yes, there is a provision of appeal of applicants in Dublin regulation, but according to the interpretation of the specific court in Sweden, this right to appeal has only to do with transfer decisions, not when you reject a transfer, but when a transfer has happened and the person does not want to go back to the country where initially came and entered and another European country. I don't know if that explains you a little bit, but the point is, what is the legal instrument you would like to use? And where is the proper, let's say, a court where you should address your claim?
It means that you need to have a deep knowledge of the resources, of the legal resources.
And sometimes also to have to make difficult choices because you don't know really what would be the best approach to serve your case. Sometimes, yes, in the past, I had experienced that. I don't know for now. I have to say that it's a difficult time for Turkish lawyers at the moment. So we would like very much, and as an organization, to to expand our network. I've had experience in collaborating with Turkish lawyers in the past, and they were extremely great persons. Currently, no, in practice, me personally at least. In the past also we had under different capacities, many Greek practitioners had participated in meetings and in training that were happening from the one or the other side of the borders. I think it's very important legal collaboration between these two countries. I mean, the NGOs of the two countries. And I'm sorry, we forgot. I'm afraid that there is someone waiting from.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? I was asking a question about the fact that in my studies of international law, since I am a student of law in Italy, I was viewing that for the asylum request, there is not really an effective, that there are many treaties and there are many rules that define asylum and the process that you make for applying for asylum in each country. But I see, and at the European level, but I see that they are not effective in overseeing the human rights, because we have to think not only to the people that can afford a lawyer and can afford legal proceedings toward the national level, and then after exhausting it, they can ask, I don't know, for the Court of Justice for the Human Rights, the European Court of Human Rights. And they are not thinking to the base level, to the people that are refused, pushed back at a border, and they are running away from a war, and there is no maybe ONG that can take care of a legal proceeding. And there are many cases, even at the European level, of Frontex not responding to requests made by ONGs of taking care of, I don't know, people that were in the Mediterranean Sea. So how do we approach this endemic, this particular phenomena that creates an empty gap? And I think that this gap should be solved before assessing that there is a legal framework or a legal system around the asylum, because the cases in which asylum is adopted are not equal for each state. So that was my question.
If I can ask for clarification of the question, are you talking about the right of access to justice of persons that are pushed back, or of persons that are already in EU?
I'm talking for people that are coming in Europe from a border, that are running away maybe from wars, and they have not the mediums to access the legal system, and to, I don't know, that are refused and they cannot appeal because they are sent back to their country.
Actually, it is a practical problem. The instruments I'm talking about implemented on all people present in the territory of EU. But in practice, it's difficult to establish a case if you cannot find the person, if the person is pushed back. Just for if that's helping, we had in the past Greek lawyers worked a lot on a case of pushback. It was the famous case of Pharmakonisi, where we were trying to establish that there was a pushback that ended to a number of people dying, including children in the Sea of Aegean. So I'm not sure if I can understand the question. The problem is that sometimes when people are pushed back, you can't be in contact with them. And this is what we were trying to establish as a collaboration with partners and lawyers in Turkey, to stay in contact with the persons that their rights have been violated in order to find the evidence and find the right legal route to claim the respect of their rights. But certainly if persons are treated as non-existing or we cannot reach to them, it's difficult to work on their cases. In my view, the problem is a problem of practical issues and finding the evidence, and also the political will that sometimes, let's say, although we don't want very much to accept it, influence the court decision. I'm not sure if you mean that there are cases where there is no legal framework at all and no capacity to assist a person. If you could give an example of that, for example.
So there were, in the case in which I'm talking, there were signalation from alerts from ONGs about that, and some in the time in which in Italy there were many people that were coming from Libya, and that they alerted many times. I don't know, the system of border protection such as Frontex, and that the ONGs can't, when there are many people coming, the ONGs can't intervene for everyone. And they were asking help from Europe, and Europe didn't, even having many treaties about the respect of human rights, wasn't able to respect those treaties. And I believe that those treaties are like old, are too old. They should be reviewed and in many parts changed, because the necessity in those times have changed.
First of all, there is a long discussion and a very difficult legal issue. What is the territory where European treaties are implemented? There were discussions, for example, that even outside the borders of Europe, they should be implemented in order, if they cause indirect refoulement or something like that. Nevertheless, to avoid this complicated issue, to find the evidence for a pushback, it's a big problem. For example, in Greece at least, and on the land borders of Evros, we often have been given information, even UNHCR, about persons that are in a specific area, they manage to cross the borders, and the challenge there is to find them, to keep them inside the borders in order to force the authorities to register them properly and accept and acknowledge their presence in the territory. If you lose them and are considered to be outside the border, it's very difficult to prove that. But I totally agree to close this subject that in respect of border management procedures, this is a very, very difficult legal subject. let's say that I'm referring to legal frameworks where we have established the presence of a person in Europe, and we can work with this person on on his or her rights. This topic is very difficult, not only legal, but political. Yes.
I don't really know the legal details, but I was wondering that probably there's a big difference between Greece and Italy, because in Greece you have this problem of the 12 miles between Greece and Turkey. So you're immediately either on your one side or you're on the other, and it's complicated. But in Italy, since you have a lot of sea, which is international sea, so is it the case that a government that wants to get rid of migrants basically has to do it before they get into the 12 miles? And if they're outside of the 12 miles, who cares? They can push them back. So is this the, let's say, the political solution to the problem? If you push them back once they're in high sea, I mean, it's not in the Italian waters, then all of this doesn't matter. You just don't have to worry about it.
Yes, I understand that, and this is what I was referring to. I think that there are some decisions, especially on these cases, where, but I'm not so sure about that. I have not been dealing with such cases for quite a long time, but they were famous decisions that they were saying that even in this international water, let's say, there should be an implementation of the European Convention or the Geneva Convention, and that if they did not act, the Italian authorities, for example, in a way to protect their right, not to go back to a country, to Libya, for example, where their rights could be violated, that would be a refoulement act, even if they were outside the Italian waters. It's exactly how, to what extent, where is the territory where the EU law and international law is implemented as far as any country or state is concerned. If I'm not wrong, I think that with that decision, the European Court for Human Rights had accepted that even outside the sea borders of Italy, there could be a violation of the European Human Rights Convention by Italy, based on a specific reasoning.
So that judgment would go to the European Court of Human Rights. And how do you appeal to the European, in that particular case, that you've got people that have been pushed back to Libya or to I don't know where?
If you choose to base your argument as a lawyer on the Article 3 of the European Court of Convention of Human Rights, you will go to this court.
Mm-hmm. But you will have to find the people over there.
Sorry?
You have to, that's what you were saying before, that the difficult point is you have to get the people where they are.
You have to establish the case. You have to find ways to establish the case.
No, not only where to establish the case, but you have to find the people that have been pushed back.
Yes, in order to establish the case, you have to find them, to tell them, to give the testimony of what has happened, to take their own mandate, etc., etc. Yes.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
What does this cost?
It's a work that NGOs do pro bono, obviously, but more and more in Greece at least, because there is not enough legal aid, asylum seekers have to hire private lawyers, but not for cases like that.
I wonder if in the Libya case, let's say, if I identify a family, let's say, that tried to come to Italy, but went back,
was pushed back.
Okay. And I know where they live and they are in the center or whatever. Which is the best organization I could apply for them for help? I mean, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch,
No.
IOM, well, because there is a tradition in Libya of IOM positive support of these cases during the Gaddafi regime, because there was an office in Tripoli who dealt with the problem and solved, I don't know how many, but quite a number. I don't know if it's still, I mean, what should I do if someone would ask me this?
I imagine that the IOM office in Libya, for example, dealt with the situation not by legal means, but maybe through advocacy, or they went to court. Because
they got
they found the political means.
No, they went to the Italian embassy. And,
exactly, this is what I'm saying. Okay.
And lobbied.
Okay. Yes. So overall, what the lawyers that are dealing with that are NGOs lawyers or pro bono. It has to do with the system of its country. I have to say that, for example, in Italy, we were trying to find legal actors to collaborate with. It was not easy, but you need experienced lawyers that work for free and know about, are specialized in this framework. It's not IOM or UNHCR that is doing that. They don't undertake individual cases to take them to court. It's not in their mandate. IOM, for example, is providing some legal, at the moment in Greece, have undertaken legal information in some sites, but we are not acting as organization as the Greek Council for Refugees or other NGOs in Italy. I don't know the specific context in Italy. My organization used to have a branch in Italy, not anymore. And but we have been trying, and there are some contacts we have with lawyers that work pro bono on such issues. In Greece, there is a big variety of NGOs that can work, but they have to have a legal capacity and expertise on that. It's not a task of international organizations anyway.
Yeah, but in a way, sorry, I mean, if you take, it's like mediation in legal matters, you know all about mediation. So if a legal lawyer, let's say, goes to the embassy and tries to find an extrajudicial solution, this is possible, no? Without court.
Sometimes yes, sometimes not. Of course, here we are talking about court decisions, so it means that you had to go to court. What I can tell you, for example, is that in Greece, it's a standard practice that when we have, let's say, a case that is under deportation, but we know that the person is asylum seeker, we can find the evidence and go to the specific state agents to stop the deportation. This is possible, but if he's not an asylum seeker, to go there and tell the authorities that you can't deport him because he is in danger based on Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights will not be effective. You have to go to court for that. So it is depending on the arguments and how clear the violation of a legal provision is. But you do not negotiate on the basis of the goodwill. I mean, it's not really possible that you convince them. Just in order to say, for example, that we don't think that what you're doing is an agreement with the Geneva Convention, they will not listen if they don't have a court decision saying that. Do we have any other? Yes.
Right, thank you. I'd like to go back to the topic, to the case of Sweden, which is a clear violation of Article 6 of the ECHR, actually, a right to appeal or at least access to a court. If there are also other member states of the European Union that have similar legislation. have come as cases in front of the court in Strasbourg? And finally, is it actually cheaper or easier for a country to just pay the fines of all these cases? And we know that there are really many in Greece after violating a huge amount of articles of the ECHR. So is it easier to pay fines for each and every case, or just to show respect to those human rights? Because all we can perceive right now that it's above all an economic issue. If we will give asylum to an asylum seeker that has, of course, the right and also the prerequisites to take this protection, where he has the right to.
First of all, I totally understand. I don't have an answer to whether states are clever in doing so, spending all this money in procedure where they could. I mean, I think you said something like that in your speech, Professor, that we must find more effective ways to use their funding. From my point of view, I see huge amounts spent on procedures, etc., and nothing is really happening at the end. The states lose and people are troubled for many, many years. I can give you a very stupid example, maybe. I was a part of the appeal committees in the past when they started being created. And then we had to implement the humanitarian provision. We had the right to. So there was a lot of work, effort to clear the backlog and see whether and who of the asylum seekers waiting in Greece for 10 years and more and had created a family here should stay under the Article 8 of the European Convention for Human Rights. And we had done, as members of the committees, a lot of work and decision, etc., etc. Of course, debating with the ministry that they thought that we are too open in this. So, but there was a lot of investment of money for us to work on this. What happened after all the decisions issued? It was by law a temporary regime, the humanitarian status of 2-3 years. For us, the point was to clear, let's say, cases of person in limbo for a long period of time and to give them some integration prospects. The simple answer of the state when the political will change was just not to renew the status. So it was definitely a loss of working hours and resources that end to what? We had established with good, I hope, decisions, their right to stay here based on the humanitarian clause of the national system. Simply the state did not renew these decisions. Personally, I felt that all those that we working in these committees have lost, but it's not our loss. It was the loss of maybe the society or the state that had invested in that work. And we went back where we started. About Sweden, though, I wanted to clarify that it's not so easy. I would not say that it's a clear violation because it's difficult legal matter. It's what I said at the beginning, is that the effective remedy was in a provision of Dublin regulation. For me, yes, I agree, but the state would say that no, in this regulation, it's an interstate mechanism. There is no provision that, the way I interpret it, of course, forced me to re-examine my rejection as a state. And for that purpose, because they were the National Court of Sweden now, decided not to make a preliminary question to the European the Court of Justice of EU. So maybe another court in Sweden could make this preliminary request for ruling, and we could have a different interpretation of the provision of Dublin for an effective remedy.
And as a closing comment, the other problem with the European Court of Human Rights is that it cannot get into the waters of the CJEU. I mean, this Bosporus case of the ECHR maybe gets the things more complicating. The fact that there is this tecmirium, I can't find the English word, tecmirio.
No, yes.
Yeah, that EU law doesn't, or does not still, hasn't still violated the ECHR.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, yes, you mean the provision per se. But for example, with MSS, it was on one of the cases, maybe you may know about MSS. It was one of the cases I would like to discuss with you. The European Court of Human Rights did say that at least the implementation of the EU law was a violation. For me, I don't think that the point is to say that a specific provision violates the Europe, but you have to prove that the way it's implemented in practice, the facts that are created violate. And yes, you can do that. The European Court of Human Rights cannot judge the legal, let's say, that whether EU law is legal or not. It's not like we have the structure where in Greece there is a higher administrative court that could examine the agreement of its law with the constitution of Greece. But nevertheless, you can go to the European Court of Human Rights and prove that this specific legal provision, as implemented, is a violation of the European Convention for Human Rights. And for me, it is something, and this is the right way to approach it. Okay, I don't have maybe much time to use my PowerPoint. Nevertheless, I don't know if you would like to hear a few things about the Turkey safe third country as stands in Greek law now. No, because I think it would be a waste of time. So nevertheless, if for those that maybe, it was one of the decisions that has to do with national courts. So it was a decision of the court, of the highest administrative court in Greece. Το Συμβούλιο της Επικρατείας, the court of state, council of state. And I just wanted to explain to you how the law has changed after this ruling, but not in a positive way, because anyway, the decision was not positive. When the decision was issued, there were some Syrian asylum seekers that went to court, among other reasons, to complain and challenge their claims being declared inadmissible based on the fact that they can go back to Turkey and Turkey is a safe third country for them. And so they will be perfectly protected in Turkey. The court, the highest court of Greece, administrative court, accepted that indeed Turkey is a safe third country for these persons, also stating that the UNHCR has not the capacity, which is true in formal, but anyway, that they cannot interpret the law. So whatever UNHCR was providing as evidence was not something that they should take into consideration. They said that even if the temporary status that Turkey is providing to Syrian nationals, they don't implement the Geneva Convention for Syrian nationals in Turkey, to be clear. It's a temporary status of protection. The same we were discussing a few in some other presentation about Europe giving to Afghans in mass arrivals. So even this temporary status does not give access to labor, to work, or does not permit their movement in the country, etc., etc. Nevertheless, it's good enough. It's in accordance with the law. And also another requirement by the law was that the person that is sent back to Turkey, having his claim in Greece judged as inadmissible, should also be linked with Turkey. So back then, it was accepted in practice by state agents and by the court that this connection with Turkey is established even if the person has crossed Turkey and stayed there for a period of time. And therefore, the claims were rejected by the court. Now, what has changed now is that law changed a little bit. The amended law adds a better understanding what is the connectivity between the person and Turkey in order to accept the link between Turkey and the person. Nevertheless, we have a new legal provision where now Turkey is in the list of safe third countries in Greece, meaning that I don't know why we are discussing about Afghans coming from Greece, because what we hear is that Afghans don't have to come to Greece, they can stay in Turkey, and even if they come, we could return them to Turkey based on the fact that their claims are inadmissible. This thing that the countries, that the Turkey is a part of a safe third country, only creates more difficulties in a person to challenge that. But for this specific case, Turkey is not a safe third country. What do you mean official objections? Yes, there are, but any document with the previous regime submitted to the court, the Council of State, was evaluated, was assessed, and the decision was that nevertheless, Turkey is a safe third country. And now that Turkey is in the list of safe third countries for Greece, they follow the procedure of the law, where there was, let's say, the submission of a proposal by the director of the Asylum Service. And yes, there are some requirements in the law how this can happen. And we come back on how the law is implemented. The law says that you have to check this, to have updated information, etc., etc., etc. Nevertheless, if you don't have a proper implementation of the law, you end to the conclusion that whatever these statements that you are mentioning say, Turkey is a safe third country for Greece. Of course, what the practitioner could go now is to try to change this joint ministerial decision. But we are not there yet. Nevertheless, this is the state of play and the situation at this moment. Maybe we have, I don't know if you have more questions. Maybe I have 2 more minutes.
Can there be a legal issue about the fact that Greece has pulled out the wall?
Not as a fact, the fact of building the wall, it's in the, let's say, in the national, in the sovereignty of Greece to do whatever they want to. But if, and this is what I'm saying, if this violates access to territory for someone to claim asylum, only in this way you could say. The point with the wall then, I think, was that there should be points where people should be allowed to enter if they want to apply for asylum, etc., etc. But not the building of the wall per se as an act. No, the point is to be evaluated by a court whether this means that Greece is not respecting its legal obligations based on EU law and the conventions of EU and UN conventions. This is something that someone should try to argue in a court. I'm sorry if I have dired you with many legal explanations. I just wanted to take these 2 minutes to give you an example of something that for us with dealing with Dublin is really a nightmare and a headache. How a positive decision could turn to negative decision. What I mean, in Dublin, there is the right to ask for re-examination of a family reunification claim. Actually, many claims for family reunification from Greece have been accepted after 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 requests for re-examination. There is a time frame in Dublin for the state who has been asked to re-examine has to reply. So on another case that has nothing to do with family reunification, the Court of Justice of EU said that this deadline should be respected, meaning if in a very definite way, if the state does not reply to the request of re-examination within the set period, means that they have finally definitely rejected the application for family reunification. That was based on a case of take back, and it was a correct decision, let's say, based on the specific facts, because a person was claiming that I was asylum seeker in Germany, for example. I went to Sweden. Sweden wants to send me back to Germany. Germany does not reply, and I don't know where I am and where should I be as asylum seeker. And this decision forced, let's say, Sweden to examine the asylum claim. But when this decision is used on family reunification cases, means that you have one chance to request a family reunification, and states started to evoke this decision not to answer to re-examination requests, saying that since we have not answered in X period of time, the family reunification request has been rejected, no matter if you have submitted more evidence or if you say that we have been interpreting the provisions wrongly. Just as an example that things are really complicated when you try to challenge EU law and state practices in court. Any other question maybe? Oh, okay, so thank you very much. Sorry for not following. And thank you very much for those still online with us and for your participation. And very much thank you, Sophia, for saving me.